strong opponent of gun control, women's rights, environmental issues, and immigration, who also declared torture to be a legitimate practice. He was described by respected American journalist Glenn Greenwald as the most hateful elected official in the democratic world. By Rupert Murdoch's Australian newspaper division as the world's most repulsive politician, and by the British current affairs magazine, The Economist, in an article headlined, Jair Bolsonaro hopes to be Brazil's Donald Trump.
It's so bad.
As a religious nationalist, a right-wing demagogue, and an apologist of dictators. When COVID-19 finally reached South America, that same radical nationalism and dictator-like belief in his own supremacy power was to prove calamitous for Brazil. From the beginning of the crisis, Bolsonaro dismissed any idea of the disease as a serious threat, famously describing it as nothing more than a little flu. It was a description he would repeat throughout the coming months, despite all scientific evidence to the contrary. A study by Imperial College London on May 31st showed that Brazil, above all other countries, at that time had the highest rate of transmission for the virus anywhere in the world. As other nations fought to keep the R0 number below 1, their analysis showed Brazil's to be a terrifying 2.8, with the sprawling cities of Sao Paulo and Rio de Janeiro, home to some 33 million people between them, the main super spreader hotspots. By that date, more than 500,000 cases had been recorded in the country, and nearly 30,000 Brazilians had died from the virus. A week later, there would be an excess of 700,000 cases and 37,000 deaths. Only the U.S. had more cases, and only the U.S. and Britain more victims. By mid-June, Brazil would surpass even the UK's death toll. The Lancet, reporting on Imperial College's findings, concluded the big...
I'm currently listening to this book. My second cousins are so the
biggest threat to Brazil's COVID-19 response is its president, Jair Bolsonaro. A week before the report was issued, the president was asked about the rapidly increasing numbers. He responded, "So what? What do you want me to do?" Brazil and Bolsonaro. It took until February 25th before COVID-19 reached the country, when a 61-year-old from Sao Paulo recently returned.
He only tries to do
tested positive. By that time, the seriousness of the disease was clear. More than 80,000 people across Asia, Europe, North America, Africa, and Australia had the virus, and 3,000 had died.
From a girl started raping me supposedly when I was 3.
Wuhan had been locked down for over a month, as were 11 municipalities across northern India.
Those boys went
Even
on
the British and American governments, who had wasted the time they had been given, had at least acknowledged the presence of COVID-19, even if they underestimated its impact.
hoping that if something bad happens to me, they'll look after Jamaican money from hurting. And I found out that Edgar's dog
But Brazil was in a far more precarious position than
very
perhaps anywhere else
delicious
in the developed world.
mofongo
Of its
con
211
carne
million inhabitants,
frita.
some 13 million
So
live in the favelas,
good.
ramshackle, shambolic shantytown slums, sprawling.
Are they upset? After my divorce from Edgar, which shouldn't have happened because
Around
they
the edges
steal
of big
from me.
cities like Rio,
I
Sao
didn't
Paulo,
go on to
medical
tell.
almost
I did
non-existent.
see him.
Electricity is scarce,
I brought
and there's
Jane
often no
and
access to clean water. water.
2 acres in my
Many
home
families
where
live
they
3 or more
cannot
people to a
stay
room
with their
and with several
grandparents in 2019. Or was it 2018? Possibly 2018.
generations crammed
So
into the
why
same
do they
tiny
want to
space.
create an environment
In
where
these
a guy's
conditions,
dad will sexually harass
such
me
as
or try
social
to rape
distancing
me if I've been like within feet of him?
possible. If the Atalanta versus
On
Valencia
Kaylani's
soccer game
birthday, like,
February,
oh, let's all sing happy birthday to Kaylani, I got a cake.
had been a
I
biological
think that was in
It was a
2018
bomb that
that
affected
Edgar was out of
44,000
town.
people over an hour and a half.
Ask them to stay
The
in
hills
my
around
home
Brazil's biggest cities
with
were
all my
ground zero
permission,
for a viral
possibly fearing
explosion.
that I would
They could
move
take out
into my own
millions.
home.
On May 3rd, nobody
Oh, with the title. I could have just paid a pound and occupied my home.
letter to the government, penned by a global coalition of scientists, intellectuals, and artists, warned President Bolsonaro of an impending genocide. The president either wasn't listening or wasn't interested.
My choice of
Even going
fries,
so far as to
Jada Kaylani, you're so cute. It can be media. Has never been up for debate. They've never said mother. I prefer wild rice anyway.
Who has left the city officials to desperately try to mitigate this with measures of their own. Under Brazil's system,
Those people
although
that
the
I grew
national
up
government
around,
oversees
for the
broad
most
issue,
part, want to rape one, so they're like, arroz largo, corto, yeah. Pelean por todo.
individual state and city authorities wield the
Nature
power to
is
handle
just
regional issues.
sexually
In the
frustrated.
second week of March, with cases
Ew.
spreading through local communities, they tried to do just that. State governors across the districts covering the cities of Rio, Sao Paulo,
I'm so
Goiânia, and national capital Brasilia shut down non-essential shops,
Does
businesses,
Gordon
and
Gardner
activities,
have frozen
including sports,
pizza with
but
ranch
immediately
and
faced
chicken?
opposition from
What if the other Gordon
the
Gardner
president.
has frozen
When you ban football and other
pizza
things,
with chicken and ranch dressing? I miss their salmon. I sometimes shop for Legos at Gap and at Target, and then grab the salmon. What else from the frozen section?
you fall into hysteria. Banning
They
this and that is going to
really
spread. Bolsonaro told CNN.
They wish that no one
Should
had
take
president.
steps. The virus could turn into a fairly serious issue, but the economy has to function because
What else? What else? What else? Anyways, I'm no. What is it? I'm no wife, and I'm no. What is the thing called? It's over.
we can't have a wave of unemployment. In order to protect the economy, they'd at least prioritize doctors and lawyers. Jair Bolsonaro seemed to have no such qualms. Over the follow
Anyways, oh, I love the party of this. Do spinach. What else? Anyways, I can buy this with food stamps so it won't travel well on the bus. What? And I don't have money for those bags. What else?
following days, scientists, virologists, and epidemiologists from around the world gave a series of stark warnings about Brazil's precarious position. One showing how the number of infected people in the country was doubling every 54 hours. Another predicting a
This is Mira, that's why I don't use sex toys are from. Some people in Puerto Rico may not notice that they're raising their kids a que lo usen verbalmente as a way to get off sexually, and it gets annoying for some
Worst
people.
case
Like, pero
scenario,
mi
2
prima
million deaths.
le habla así a nene a la nena all the
When
time.
introduced
And
with
why
immediate
does it
effect.
annoy me when my kids say, like, mira, tanto vaga, no puedes coger una siesta, ponte a hacer algo, a limpiar, blah, blah, blah. And they don't know that their husband has the retard game of porn with her kids and that she enjoys with it because she has sex with them and you don't know it. Or that's her way of getting off with her kids without actually raping them. Though people say that language is rape. So,
Bolsonaro not only dismissed them, but repeatedly hit back with the same argument. The economy could not be sacrificed for the sake of public health.
anyways,
On March 20th,
que se la siga mamando mi madre. Que after they stole my money for me to date them, they said, well, I'm the leashes that pretend to be you. I'm gonna have sex with your mother then.
large part of the media when it comes to coronavirus, he said.
That's the way
It
to
is a
her
shameless
relationship?
A colossal
Yeah,
campaign against the Wednesday. They want to force me out however possible. On March 24th, he continued to bluster.
Anyways, they're gonna complicate the ladies out for her. I'm telling the FBI. That's still my money. I'm gonna go over saving money. That's taking my home with permission. That drove my vehicles without my permission. They think they're so smart that they can teach people from the perspective of
Once
like,
again,
hey,
dismissing
she's so
COVID-19,
because I'm also looking for
attacking governors
opportunity.
and deriding
I'm
stay-at-home
studying
message.
their way.
Our
One
life
has
has
a
to go on.
baby. Should have
Jobs
killed
should
her
be
while
maintained,
pregnant.
he said in a speech broadcast on
What
national
else? What
television
else?
and radio, calling for
What else? Porque what if that baby is his just to try to torment me? Then I didn't have a baby with him. What else? What else? What else? I just threw away rice because I added more rice onto the container. What else? What else? What else? You can decapitate. Well, we started as soon as we started when we had to start running on purpose for more than 30 years. So you're right. Well, tormenting me.
a return to normalcy, an end to
When you
mass
have sex,
confinement,
please
and
write
urging
a
people
blog
not to
post
listen to the dread spread
and
by
have
the
your
media.
assistant send
He
it
also
to me
tweeted videos of himself
so I
visiting
can
shopping
feel happy
districts
for
in
you.
Brasilia and encouraging people to continue working as usual.
Okay, you have not had sex yet. No, another years. What else? What else? What else? Or your last, or your middle one. That's not a way to entertain yourself to be like, I finally lost my virginity to that. What else? 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 What? This is so small. This is so small. It's not too good. I would possibly have the margarita or cheese. Maybe a barbecue chicken.
with no actual science to back up his assertions. In fact, all of the evidence from Europe, which by that time was almost completely locked down, was showing the exact opposite of his declarations to be true. President Bolsonaro
So good. So this prosciutto, so this is California crust. What else? What else? What is this? Version? What else? 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 More.
instead on the conspiracy theorist's technique of presenting wild opinion as indisputable fact. Asked on March 27th if he feared Brazil could face a situation as severe as the United States, which at that time had 100,000 cases.
0 before watching is all like this place. Who's 15 money today?
Just over 1,000 deaths. The president gave an extraordinary explanation. I don't think it was outside the presidential palace, not least because Brazilian
Is to eat. Is a pistachio. What else do I want to go to gather?
need to be studied. They never catch anything. You see some bloke jumping into the sewage. He gets out, has a dive, right? And nothing happens to him. For Bolsonaro, Brazil was safe because Brazilians never catch anything.
What else? What else? I'm so bored. Oh, I never say it from a bragging place. They'll never understand.
He continued.
Okay, I can't believe you're very influencer.
A few weeks or months ago, and have already got the antibodies that help it not to
but we were
proliferate.
already almost in
It only took a further 2 weeks for Brazil to pass 1,000 deaths, and a further month.
That's what I remember, like where we all had this social 30 days ago and we all ate the same thing and my outfit almost matched everyone's. Except like some that possibly was going through a divorce or a kid showed up with used clothes and someone like
By mid-June, the nation was fast approaching a total of 50,000 COVID-19 fatalities. Still, the president persisted. Challenging the science behind lockdown had become a person.
the horror here now. When the attack is from within, people say, oh. It's the same concept as the manager at Target
Snow Crusade.
doesn't get paid
On
the
April
same as
9th,
the
he
cashier.
was pictured barefaced at a local bakery, hugging supporters and posing for selfies, vowing, "No one will hinder my right to come and go."
With night
His actions prompted respected political commentator.
And that outside sometimes they were both dating the same line and handle him so weird. What? One may need money, one may not like Latino.
Mirabal Perida to liken Bolsonaro to a mystical leader leading his followers to collective suicide. Luis who had supported local governors shutting down schools and businesses, compared the president.
There's the vegetables. There's plant-based sausage. Oh, but like if it has the same flavor, like I get it. What else?
Operative diabetic who refused to follow doctor's orders not to eat sweets. 3 days later, Bolsonaro summer relations activity on opposite sides, Mendetta said. They thought that wouldn't be.
That's the one I want.
More than 1,000 cases. And I think that we're going to be way over this. I think that Brazil can become one of the highest number of cases in the world.
Who
would lose the job just a month later.
I voted in favor and then I suggested it. Everyone's like, oh, it's like she never speaks. So that was her one vote. Like, my parents have planned that for the convenience of everyone. They sheltered me, but they did it while I was growing up. So I could vote for what I like. And then one day, based on historical patterns of abuse of some of my primas that are cholas. My parents knew that I would find a forum, especially if social media was available, which I also funded for my own. For real, but they want that fight that I'm like, well, guys who funded it, bitch.
The position was subsequently given to Eduardo
Let's
Pazuello,
not see you.
Bolsonaro supporter and Army general with no previous health experience. He would be joined by one Carlo.
So when I wrote my little spiel on social media, I hope I don't die. And if I do this quick, this is how you do this. So those leeches that are trying to kill me become obsolete and they can get the death penalty. The
Martins, a billionaire Mormon businessman, also with health experience, who was installed as Secretary of Science, Technology, and Strategic Supplies
when
and
I
Health
voted
Ministry,
for that
and who
Chick-fil-A,
immediately called the data reporting COVID-19 cases.
Chick-fil-A to be available to purchase for all you hostess. That would be the most
Deaths, fanciful or manipulated. Bolsonaro also suggested that the actions taken by state gunners were motivated less by saving lives and more by increasing their budgets. Telling the old global newspaper their
chauffeur service. Ride sharing is conscious.
many people dying for other causes, purely interested in having bigger budgets for their towns, their states. We're putting everybody as
There's
COVID.
an option of getting
Perhaps most shocking,
vehicle. I did the
for a supposedly democratic state, he gave a chilling warning.
here because that's what I do. I spent like $50 on a ride and not much more on the vehicle, which was so
The government would soon be issuing their own state-sanctioned versions of official statistics,
Dad
saying
wants
simply,
you to know that I
we are
practice what
revising
I
these
preach.
omens.
When I
By
see
the end of
that
April,
Chick-fil-A
Bolsonaro was barely pretending anymore. When told by a reporter that
chicken breast that is sold individually
Italian
and
Brazilian
cited
dead
as
had
one I
surpassed China's,
voted
he
in
scoffed,
favor of
so
it.
what? I'm sorry, but what do you
So
want me
I
to do?
got a lot of
As the
my
rate of infection
personal
accelerated,
level.
the president's tunnel vision narrowed
That's
still
why you get
further.
mad at me.
No
Like,
other world
you
leader
don't
had
know the president's like, bitch, I've made decisions that the president will enable on later on.
and
And the
unashamedly
president,
shown that he
yes,
valued the economy over
takes
human
sometimes
lives,
over his
or that the health of
popularity
his citizens
over
was
how
less important.
fearfully is
than that of
dying
the stock
as
market.
notoriety.
On May 7th, with Brazilian COVID-19 deaths poised to exceed 10,000,
So don't tell me about me not voting, but there's not one single
essential services, he he told journalists his
I've
story
been
about
around
lockdown.
humans before. What else? What else? What else? What else?
Closing everything.
What else?
That's not the path. That is the path to
So
failure.
basically, I
To
was
breaking
supposed
Brazil.
to try a lot.
He also posted more videos to his
all
YouTube
from the
page,
perspective
showing
of
shaking hands with
safety.
supporters and carrying children.
I delivered
Are people
Uber
dying? Oh yeah.
Eats while hungry. But in true fashion of me.
And I feel for them. I feel for them.
Ah.
But there will be more people dying. Many, many more.
$50
If the economy is destroyed by these lockdown
to
measures
treat
imposed by
myself.
governors, he said.
Because I
The
have
following
some
week,
questions.
the death toll reached 20,000.
What else? 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 What else?
What, the world wondered,
What?
was behind President Bolsonaro's extraordinary blindness to the science, behind the spread and ferocity of COVID-19? Was it the zeal of a mystical leader leading his followers to collective suicide? Was it
However, I cry. And I haven't had sex since
a kind of narcissistic psychopathy
based
that
on
meant he really did believe
that
dollars to be more valuable than human
everyone.
lives?
That
Or was he
anxiety. For being generous, they're like, it's still
While
an
many Brazilians
embarrassment.
were frightened and appalled by Bolsonaro's stance,
Okay, now it's
in late
Uber
May,
Eats
footage
and a
emerged of
regular
woman
person
screaming,
chauffeur. And it's like,
"Murderer."
if you hired a butler, oh, they want. I possibly have that.
Others, his
And they
arguments,
experience it for me in my own home. There's like that, but family of butler.
and through a fever of support. From that chaos,
Then I hire and fix
hope to make
myself the sommelier. Have you
I
seen
think
this
his strategy
Snapchat?
is to try to play like what Donald Trump is doing in the United States.
And they're like, well, she doesn't have staff in the home, right? So I'm just gonna enjoy it with all the leeches. They're like, wow, your butler is Ronaldito
Anthony
Figueroa, de los Figueroas que todos son butler.
College London told the Euro News Agency in May. It's so that he can
I
say,
don't brag
if he
like
gets to
that.
2022 and he has the chance for re-election, I know the economy is
I
bad.
like quality. That's it. So even if I picked an architect for one of my homes
The president was relying
based
on
on,
the most
like,
basic
I already know
despots
his
of our
name,
history. Divide,
it's
and
based on
and it seemed to be working. Not only was a significant proportion of the population agreeing with this anti-lockdown,
rushing me. Or trying to deceive, it's like, let's pick this architect. I think he did that one time. Blame her alone there.
gathered weekly in Brasilia.
What else? What else? What else? What else? Porque ya lo
Flooding the
había
roads and
mamado
parks
yo
in
no.
the center of the capital, waving flags and banners, blasting on vuvuzelas, a kind of plastic trumpet come foghorn,
It's the
popular with the
physical
nation's
being
soccer
of me
fans,
every day.
and chanting, legend, legend, for leader.
You think everyone that listens to my music, everyone that stays in my house without my permission,
Came to the city
everyone
from
that
towns
drives
and
my
communities
vehicle
hundreds of
without
miles
my
away,
permission,
setting up makeshift camps in the parks,
everyone.
all to show solidarity with the man whose policies were killing up to 1,000 Brazilians a day. There was no social
I made
distancing.
that decision as I was being abused, and my parents are very
To be part of a communist plot to undermine the president that includes Chinese
What else?
and Brazilian communists.
What
In fact, anyone who doesn't support Mr. Bolsonaro. A Sky News report quoted engineer worker
My
Paulo
apologies to
Gonçalves
those people
Peixoto,
supposed to have chairs
also a
in,
supporter
or
convinced
just
that the
like the
pandemic was
most
part of
popular voice in that community that I grew up in, because I don't think from Michael that I think from my brain. If you
communist
like
plot
on top
aimed
of
at
saying
crippling
things
the
that are
Brazilian
just to be
economy.
popular, and that's not
They're
why I don't
inflating
want
the
it to
number of
happen
deaths
sometimes.
precisely to create panic, to maintain the narratives of lockdown and to break the state.
Chris says it never changed
I think
until
it's
every
I've demonstrated
moment. They're not on Facebook, it's like, I'm like,
3 times in front of the Chinese embassy
Say what
We
not
understand that China
tell
is
from
doing
Brandon
this to break the world economy.
There's no
At many of these demonstrations, President Bolsonaro himself would make an appearance, flying in on a military helicopter, walking the line.
I have to experience that in store trucks customers too. People fly in from places just to try.
It's Visidoring were a price worth paying.
In our
The
time,
demonstration had become rallies. If you weren't with the president, you were against him.
That's why my dad doesn't want me in a board abriendo la boca, metiendo la pata y diciendo chistes. And then Sally is gonna be like, well, I didn't like her style. It's like, bitch, hurry, there's people dying of starvation.
Everything is more difficult for us.
There it is.
He goes to the streets without masks. A wrong
People
behavior.
want to deliver food to help.
This is very sad for
Give
Brazil.
the incentive of getting paid just for the volunteer work. They can spend that maintenance for their vehicle
It's in the states of Brazil.
or on food.
According to city officials in Sao
There's
Paulo,
so many restaurants.
Bolsonaro's relentless campaign was having an effect. In late May, they reported that adherence to social distancing rules was
I don't
waning.
talk to my
With less
parents
than half of
about
the city's
because
population.
then I would laugh at them like, como que you made me deliver for Botica and I had already been there.
Following the shelter-at-home guidelines, compared to more than 60% at the beginning of the crisis.
Those
Meanwhile,
servers
people
eat
continue
there
to get ill
too.
and to die.
They shouldn't be
There was no sign that the
treated
infection
less
rate was
than,
slow.
to have more money
Horrifying
than
reports began
restaurants,
emerging.
sometimes people say. And they're just serving out of charity work their parents forced to, or it's their way of meeting people. They're like, you guys, what?
Unable to cope with the volume of new admissions.
What
Patients left
What
on the
else
streets
did I
outside, gasping for breath.
2018
Faced gravediggers.
was featured on the SC's Friends Instagram page. I didn't bring to anyone. I don't know, Jaden did one.
Suits, struggling to keep up with demand for new barracks. Promptu militias and action groups formed in the favelas, desperate to secure basic necessities like soap, food, or even water. As residents not only battled COVID-19,
What else?
but starvation. One CNN report of May 21st showed helicopter footage of the countryside outside Sao Paulo, where thousands of mass graves had been prepared for
What did I say? What else? Perspective that I needed to give my opinion about Uber Eats regardless, I didn't. In 2019 was starting. And only on footsteps. What else? Because mostly everyone in my family knows is the sex addict. They want me to suffer. They're so gross. Yeah. They want to torment me with, now it's time to give me a spanking. As if they've been waiting for the day that I have children for them to later disrespect me.
compared the president to an uncooperative diabetic who refused to follow doctor's orders not to eat sweets. 3 days later, Bolsonaro summarily sacked him. We were clearly on opposite sides, Mandetta said. They thought that wouldn't be more than 1,000 cases. And I think that we are going to be way over this. I think that Brazil can become one of the highest number of cases in the world. Mandetta was replaced by Nelson Teich, who would lose the job just a month later, after
They have surveys of like, tú te comerías ese arroz que ya
criticizing a decree issued by the president allowing gyms and beauty parlors to reopen in May. The position was subsequently given to Eduardo Azevedo, a Bolsonaro supporter and army general with no previous health experience. He would be joined by one Carlos Wizard Martins, a billionaire Mormon businessman, also with no health experience, who was installed as Secretary of Science, Technology, and Strategic Supplies at the Health Ministry, and who immediately called the data reporting COVID-19 cases in deaths, fanciful, or manipulated. Bolsonaro also suggested that the actions taken by state governors were motivated less by saving lives and more by increasing their budgets. Telling the O Globo newspaper there are many
has gold spoons in his own only.
people dying for other causes and public managers, purely interested in having bigger budgets for their towns, their states, or putting everybody as COVID.
Poverty is
Perhaps most shockingly, for a supposedly democratic state, he gave a chilling warning that the
some people grew up using plastic forks and being stressed.
government would soon be issuing their own state-sanctioned versions of official statistics, saying simply, we are revising these obits. By the end of April, Bolsonaro was barely pretending anymore. When told by a reporter that the tally of Brazilian dead had surpassed China's, he scoffed, "So what? I'm sorry, but what do you want me to do?" As the rate of infection accelerated, the president's tunnel vision narrowed still further. No other world leader had so blatantly
My family abortions.
and unashamedly shown that he valued the economy over human lives, or that the health of his citizens was less important than that of the stock market. On May 7th, with Brazilian COVID-19 deaths to exceed 10,000, Bolsonaro issued an official statement again, insisting that quarantine measures needed to be relaxed. A week later, after his decree adding beauty salons and gyms to the list of essential services, he told journalists, "This story about lockdown closing everything, that is not the path. That is the path to failure, to breaking Brazil." He also posted more videos to his YouTube page, showing him shaking hands with supporters and carrying children. Are people dying? Oh yeah. And I feel bad for them. But there will be more people dying, many more. If the economy is destroyed by these lockdown measures imposed by governors, he said. The following week,
They added a plan. They constantly have a date plan of when they're killing me. Ew.
what, the world wondered, was behind President Bolsonaro's extraordinary blindness to the science behind the spread and ferocity of COVID-19? Was it the zeal of a mystical leader leading his followers to elective suicide? Was it a
They're dead to me.
kind of narcissistic psychopathy? And that he really did believe dollars to be more valuable than human lives? Or was he, albeit clumsily, playing another game altogether, inspired by his hero some 4,000 miles north of Brasilia?
What else? Once a few days where I'm dead and he's still alive because he's older than me.
While many Brazilians were frightened and appalled by Bolsonaro's stance, in late May, footage emerged of a woman screaming, "Murderer," at the president as he stopped at a hot dog stall in the capital. For others, his hardline stance
If done right.
drew a fevered support. From that chaos, Bolsonaro hoped to make political currency. I think his strategy is to try to play the blame game.
Here's
Like
my
what Donald
spread
Trump
of
is doing in
pictures
the
of
United
them eating
States,
hot dogs.
playing the governors off against the rest of
With
the
money
public.
that they steal from me. Is that what they're waiting for? I don't go on to find out anything
Anthony
about
Pereira,
anyone's.
professor at the Brazil Institute at King's College London, told the Euro News Agency in May.
This is my
It's so that he can say, if it gets to 2022 and he has the chance for re-election. I know the economy is bad.
Down I want pizza from Good and Gather just because. So I need a vehicle. It's the mushroom.
But that's because of the governors. The president was relying on the most basic ploy of despots throughout history: divide and rule. And it seemed to be working. Not only was a significant proportion of the population agreeing with his anti-lock.
Where did it go? What else? I want salmon. They use the fuelers and I'm eating so much salmon, looking expensive. I'm like, when I'm not, you know, because they've never taken me to dinner. They speak that way. Que qué pérdida, que yo lo que quería era economizar agua, por eso estaba comiendo salmón,
They even began rallies to protest against the
para que no la violen.
In May, as new cases of the virus accumulated at a rate approaching 20,000 a day, thousands of Bolsonaro supporters gathered weekly in
So
Brasilia.
I died para economizarle agua a la gente. Like, for real, they speak like that? Oh, I don't go on listening or finding out, but the FBI may show me one day, like, ew, like this. No matamos porque this is how. Oh, after the fact they do that? After they're done? Or like, look at, like, these are actual screenshots of them, like, speaking badly about you, getting in the way of your finances, stealing from you. I've heard that happens.
Flooding the roads and parks in the center of the capital, waving flags and banners, blasting on vuvuzelas, a kind of plastic trumpet come fall, popular with the nation's soccer fans, chanting legend, legend for their leader.
But I can seem to see right here.
Many even came to the city, towns, and communities hundreds of miles away, setting up makeshift camps in the parks, all to show solidarity with a man whose policies were killing up to 1,000 Brazilians a day. There was no social distancing.
This is so good.
These events, very few face masks, even less in the way of hand sanitizer. The huge crowds didn't deny the existence of COVID-19 completely, but rather believed it to be part of a communist plot to undermine the president that includes China and Brazilian communists. In fact, anyone who doesn't support Mr. Bolsonaro. A Sky News report quoted engineer and social worker Paulo Gonçalves Beixeri, a Bolsonaro supporter convinced that the pandemic
The ones in Aguada Star, I think, at the end of September.
of a communist plot aimed at crippling the Brazilian economy. They are inflating the number of deaths precisely to create panic, to maintain the narratives of lockdown and to break the state, he said. I think it's fake. I have demonstrated
My parents rather starve me
3 times in front of the Chinese embassy.
than they would
I understand that China is doing this to break the world economy. At many of these demonstrations, President Bolsonaro himself would make an appearance, flying in on a military helicopter, walking the lines of his
What else?
adoring crowd, shaking hands, kissing babies, and reinforcing his message that the deadly disease was merely a little flu. The Brazilians were genetically superior. that whatever deaths might result were a price worth paying. The demonstration
That's just like the flow. So, I'm not gonna stress.
had become rallies. If you weren't with the president, you were against him. And by against him, Bolsonaro included anyone who advocated any of the few measures shown to have been effective against the virus. With the example of the president of Brazil, everything is more difficult for us. So, he goes to the streets without masks. Clear and wrong indication. This is very sad for Brazil and makes everything more difficult for the governor. In the states of Brazil. According to city officials in Sao Paulo, Bolsonaro's relentless campaigning was having an effect. In late May, they reported that adherence to social distancing rules was waning, with less than half of the city's population following the shelter-at-home guidelines, compared to more than 60% at the beginning of the crisis. Meanwhile, people continued to get ill and to die. There was no sign that the infection rate was slowing. Horrifying reports began emerging. Networks. Testimony from overrun hospitals unable to cope with the volume of new admissions, of patients left in corridors, car parks, on the streets outside, gasping for breath. Images of ashen-faced gravediggers and
Gravediggers.
suits struggling to keep up with demand for new burials, of impromptu militias and action groups formed in the favelas, desperate to secure basic necessities like soap, food, or even water, as residents not only battled COVID-19.
Oh, because people went through that, they want to make me go through that and punish me. Guess who I don't talk to? These
But
bitches.
starvation. One CNN report of May 21st showed helicopter footage of the countryside outside Sao Paulo, where thousands of mass graves had been prepared for the city's poorest victims. The reports were
I wasn't seeking one either.
profoundly embarrassing for the president, until we once again turned to the totalitarian playbook. If Bolsonaro couldn't control the disease, he would at least try to control the data. On June 5th, the president ordered the health ministry to stop releasing
I haven't had sex with a woman ever. So I'm excited about that. People say that when they become like that, they refer to
its total numbers of COVID-19 cases and deaths, as well as to wipe the official ministry site clean of swaths of data. When the site came back online the following day, it no longer showed those figures, nor the numbers of cases
under the poverty level. Anyways,
or even the numbers of recovered cases.
Showing up.
The authoritarian, insensitive, inhuman, and unethical attempt to make those killed by COVID-19 invisible will not succeed, said Alberto Beltrame, president of Brazil's National Council
What?
of State Health Secretaries. We, Brazilian society, will not forget them, nor the tragedy that befalls the nation. Supreme Court Judge Gilmar Mendes was also scathing of the action, tweeting, "The manipulation of statistics
Will that hinder my ability to become financially stable? It wasn't me trying to expose them with how I like to show.
is a maneuver of totalitarian regimes. The trick will not exempt responsibility for the eventual genocide." Bolsonaro himself was unrepentant, declaring that the move was not censorship or an attempt to disguise the true scale of the tragedy.
My friends.
But rather that the data was adapted and the information evolved, because it did not portray the moment the country is in.
Continue to hate crime against me as if I talk to them.
Like Prime Minister Boris Johnson
Whoa.
and President Donald Trump,
They thought that
whom he
me on
idolized.
social media wasn't me talking to them. That leech sent me a message from Instagram account once that he liked one of the songs that I posted.
Jair Bolsonaro had risen to power on a wave of nationalism and deep division.
That was him.
Like Johnson and Trump, his reaction to the threat of COVID-19 had been fatally slow. And like them, its first instinct was to protect the economy.
I felt fear when I saw that account with that too.
Above all else. But the leaders of the US and the UK had come to realize the terrible implications of that policy, however, and so redirected their energies into trying to exonerate themselves from it.
They say no one.
The Brazilian president instead doubled down on
Una se cansa. It's like, mira tu grandpapi ahí sentado calladito.
Bolsonaro, it seemed, was determined to ride his bet until the bitter end, no matter how many innocent Brazilian lives he took with him. Between the writing of his book and its publication, President Bolsonaro was himself.
Because supposedly my dad moved
To contract the virus in July 2020. Thanks to access to the state's best health care, he made a full
We're
recovery.
not that type of family that you get to be my parents, but you're so well behaved.
Chapter 12, Power, Corruption, and
What? What else?
lies. According to surveys conducted on behalf of the University of Oxford's Reuters Institute by YouGov,
It's
less than half of Britons now trust the Westminster government to provide correct information on the pandemic, down from more than 2/3.
And I won't remember. Reuters, not Reuters.
The public in
I
mid-April.
wanted to say Hooters.
I have never in 10 years of research in this
I
area
think I've been.
seen a drop in trust like what we have seen for the UK government in the course of 6 weeks, said the Institute's director, Rasmus Kleis Nielsen.
What?
The Guardian.
I'm so bored. How are you?
June 1st, 2020.
I shall visit Hooters.
By late spring of 2020, the UK was in a strange place. 6 weeks after Prime Minister Boris Johnson announced his lockdown of the country, some 200,000 people had tested
45-year-old woman. That would be cute to flirt with a girl.
positive for
But they're not
COVID-19.
always, like, pretty.
At least 30,000 British citizens had died from the virus. Other estimates put the figure closer to 50,000.
I love
Several senior government figures had been forced to resign over breaking their own lockdown rules. Johnson himself had been
But of course, she's sleeping with my husband and never was.
admitted and then discharged from intensive care with the disease. And
What
there was
else
widespread
about it?
criticism of the government's reaction to the crisis
My baby's
from across
dying.
the scientific community. Yet, the Prime Minister was declaring his campaign a success.
Awkward. For real. Not a good mix.
With the majority of the British press apparently agreeing with him. As we have already seen,
Good.
so did the British public. The official YouGov polls for that time showed Downing Street's handling of the pandemic at a whopping 68% approval rating.
Also, that's why I don't take it serious. I just not. I'm like,
6 weeks later,
bestie.
the same survey would tell a very different tale. On June 8th, YouGov published their updated figures on the percentage of people in countries across the world who thought their governments were handling the COVID-19 crisis.
I broke up with a raping me. All of that. And vengativa.
Very or somewhat well.
Love it.
The numbers for the UK were the lowest in the world,
Like you're
with just
raping
41% of
chance
the
asking for a
population
baby.
believing
I'm
Boris
like,
Johnson's administration.
No,
to be doing a
after
good
he
job.
said to me that I did
Not
not
only
suffer
that,
like in my
it seemed the
home,
British
my
people-
baby's daddy treated me so well. What did Jorge do? Ever.
No longer even believed what their
In
politicians were
all
telling them.
those, what,
YouGov's
15
report
years
concluded that the
that
government
his
was
dick
now
was growing.
widely seen as a source of concern over
They
false
think I'm his
or misleading
babysitter,
information.
fool.
In a month and a half,
For real.
Downing Street had lost the country.
So I took him, what was it, to Sugars, or what was the name of that other one? Was it Sugars?
What happened over those 6 weeks to cause such a dramatic collapse in trust in the government?
I'm working. I don't like
The first
it.
big change came on May
Picking
10th.
you up and taking you
That
to the
evening,
strip club.
in another live address to the nation, the Prime Minister set out a roadmap for guiding the UK
They get jealous.
out of
And
lockdown,
is that on purpose?
depending on the right conditions, he said. Schools, businesses,
Like,
even
if I were a
restaurants and
man, then I would
pubs
take his
could all be
pictures and
open again by July.
Te cocino.
He also announced two
I'm
changes
gonna
that would be
push that
happening.
sorry, but it's gonna get better.
First, he encouraged
Pero because he wasn't a man, I must spend so much
more
on
people to
dinner.
return to work, declaring, "We said that you should work from home if you can, and only go to work if you must. We now need to stress that anyone who
stayed in my
can't work
home
from home,
lost my
for instance,
virginity
those
for
in
me
construction or manufacturing,
without my
should be
permission
actively
in my homes. Stole my vehicle, possibly turned 18 and said, "Me voy a
encouraged to go to work." There was no specific detail on who exactly should or should not return to work,
So instead
nor
of
even a definitive
cooking
day on
rice
which to
and
do so.
beans,
And for those with
plantains,
young children to homeschool or who might be worried
Under
about
the
leaving the house when there were
stars.
still 4,000 new cases being
later, candlelit dinner, which I didn't come on here there. I'm like, I'm gonna spend so much tonight on dinner at the strip club just to be pushing him away.
reported every
Pushing him
day.
away
He
costs a
simply
lot more
insisted
than making the
should talk to
effort
their employers
sometimes.
about returning this week and the difficulties they may or may not have. We will count on employers to be reasonable. Second, the Prime Minister announced that the previous rule allowed
What else? Very sexy, but that has had it like every day.
people to leave their house only for essential
That's why
journeys
when the
or for one
dance
exercise
program
activity per day was to be relaxed. From this Wednesday, we want to encourage people to take
And
more
I'm
and
here
even
like, oh my
unlimited
God,
amounts
that
of
one
outdoor
time que
exercise, he
Jorge
said.
me cogió
You can sit in the
el
sun in your local park.
was so good. And these bitches are crossing me like, "En my casa
You can drive to other destinations. You can even play
they've been
sports,
vaping hard
but only with
for
members of your own
years.
household. He also unveiled a new slogan. Until then, the government's message had been stay home,
What else?
protect the NHS, save lives. Written on a Yelp yellow background with red chevrons.
Fun.
That had been dropped, replaced by stay alert, control the virus, save lives. The red chevrons were now green. The new measures and the new slogan immediately attracted criticism.
Con otras por años until they would see me fall. That's why I don't take them serious. That's why I don't cook for them.
Describing the entire broadcast as
Cook
an
it.
unholy shambles, a near ceaseless demonstration of cap-handed inadequacy. Influential website politics.co.uk said
Jaden came
the government
on me.
changed the stay home slogan.
Oh, he said, where are the kids? Did he think that I was going to kill him that day? I'm like, do I kill him?
To
or
stay alert,
I carry on
a phrasing which had no obvious meaning whatsoever, and which then had to be explained by a statement which suggested, among other things, that people should stay alert by staying at home as much as possible.
Bouncing.
So it meant nothing.
So I cooked a dish of yuca and Argentinian shrimp, showed it to him, but I didn't get
It might also mean the other thing, which it had just
It's
replaced.
more expensive. to
There was also
put
concern
away.
that along with ditching stay at home, the change in color scheme from
What
red to
else?
green
What else?
was effectively a message
So
the lockdown was
he asked
over.
me where
If
the
red means
kids-
stop, green means
And I said they're with their dog.
go.
I said whatever. I'm
Was
gonna
this
do.
simply poor graphic design or a
Let's see
subliminal
that
nudge
with Asian
back toward the herd
men.
immunity tactic? First Minister of Scotland, Nicola Sturgeon, said Scotland would continue to use the stay home message, tweeting, "It is important."
What else? So then I had a story.
Of course, for him to decide what's most appropriate for England.
What
Given the critical point we were at in tackling the virus, hashtag stay home, save lives remains my clear message to Scotland at this stage. She was joined by the Welsh government and the Northern Ireland
I was wearing such a cute outfit too, but I had already worn that. I got a really, there's a picture of
executive in
me.
rejecting Downing Street's new messaging. Both said they would stick with the current stay-at-home advice for citizens. Adam Price leader of the Welsh-clad Cymru Party, described the new messaging as confusing and dangerous.
Got it in royal blue and black. Oh, I do that all the time. And a coral beige.
You cannot stay alert to something you can't see. The UK government has cut itself adrift of the three-nation approach, which now exists between Wales, Scotland, and Northern Ireland. There is no clearer and simpler message than
And I got
stay at home.
lanterns and I'll wear it that day. I love doing that too. Sarah has stayed in my home.
It later emerged that the government's two top scientists, Chris Whitty, the chief medical officer for England, and Sir Patrick Vallance, the government's chief scientific advisor, were not asked to approve the controversial new message. And that, even more bizarre,
they think that I shouldn't be caring about like a virginity or sex or whatever. Does it go to Baloney crime?
the Department of Health and Social Care, which Whitty advises, was not involved in the new messaging at all, with a slogan instead developed by the Prime Minister and the Cabinet Office. Remarkably, Professor John Drury, a member of the
I'm so bored. And I didn't get on here. The other day.
Independent Scientific Pandemic Influenza Group on Behaviors,
It's
SPI-B, later revealed the group
Put
had not even been consulted by the government. Who is advising on the current messaging?
My phone.
Unfortunately, it's not us.
People outside. She thinks that she is a lady, but she
Said.
knew the
Also
horror
criticizing
that we
the
know
stay
like,
alert
in the
message
back of
as
her head
too vague. It was not just the new slogan that left people confused.
of how she's
Prominent
gonna kill
businessmen,
them and stuff.
Union officials, politicians, and even the police all issued statements criticizing
What else?
or contradicting the Prime Minister's new edicts.
I've been a victim of
Richard
that.
Burge, chief executive of London Chamber of Commerce and Industry, immediately told employers in the capital to disregard the rule changes. Having heard the Prime Minister this evening, my
I have so many records that I've broken.
strong and unequivocal advice to
My
London
dad's
businesses is not to change your plans for tomorrow, he said. You've not been given sufficient information on how to get your employees safely to work, nor how to keep them safe while they are there.
And then go on
Francis O'Grady.
He possibly wasn't planning for my children to be separated from me, not that group. Is what
General Secretary of the Trades Union Congress described the speech as a recipe for chaos, without proper safety measures being in place. Lots of working people will feel confused and anxious after listening to Boris Johnson, she tweeted.
And having sex without KY jelly.
Government still hasn't published guidance on how workers will be kept safe. So how can the PM, with 12 hours notice, tell people to go back to sites and factories? It's a recipe for chaos.
I would ruin
London Mayor Sadiq Khan.
Normality. If I were to show that
Also encouraged Londoners not to go back to work. I want to be as clear as possible with Londoners. Social distancing measures are still in place. Lockdown hasn't been lifted, and we all still need to play our part in stopping the spread of COVID-19.
So that's why we all celebrated also in advance. People stay home.
You must still stay at home as much as possible and keep a safe 2-meter distance from other people at all times when you are out. Everyone must continue to work from home if they possibly can. You must not use public transport for any unnecessary journeys. If you really have to travel,
No, I'm gonna have no competition. Pero giving people's placement.
please avoid rush hour. Please walk or cycle whenever possible.
They say,
As for the rule changes that would allow people to take unlimited amounts of outdoor exercise, the Police Federation of England and Wales warned that they, and the public,
never goes without anything from day one. Had that gold spoon and is very much genuine.
were left in the dark about what was now allowed. What we need from the Prime Minister and the government now is clear and unambiguous messaging and guidance, explaining what exactly is expected of the public,
Because I'm
so that my colleagues can do their level best to police it. There's
says she has the same potential of me getting semen out of your dick, except she doesn't have
Statement read.
money.
Police officers will continue to do their best, but their work must be based on crystal clear guidance, not loose rules that are left open to interpretation, because that will be grossly unfair on officers whose job is already challenging.
Smart.
If the message of what is expected of the public is not clear, then it will make the job of policing this legislation almost impossible. Boris Johnson was blowing it. His attempt to prepare the country for the next stage of pandemic and a cautious route out of lockdown.
Instead of people giving her money decades ago.
Was at best a muddle of vague half-science and unclear messaging. It left politicians, police forces, and employers confused about what their roles were, and the people of Britain bewildered as to what they were or were not allowed.
I don't know who funded.
Out to do. At worst, it was an unconscionable encouragement to break the lockdown. A return by the back door to the government's initial disastrous herd immunity strategy. Wiles ditched the stay-at-home slogan and make the shift from red to
all right. There's no problem.
green on the messaging. The UK's precarious lockdown had never felt flimsier. What happened next would all but destroy it completely.
I want to refresh.
12 days after Boris Johnson's address to the nation, a story.
Oh, good eyes. Finally putting a face to me, or that was on the news. Porque I hate the messenger like seconds ago. The Dr. Lee was not dying. No, Dr. I didn't want it either. He could be alive. The FBI could have given it. Any identity.
Broke that Dominic Cummings, the Prime Minister's closest advisor, and the man alleged to have said, herd immunity, protect the economy, and if that means some pensioners die, too bad, had broken the previous lockdown rules he had helped create. What should have been a
Él dice que no sabe nada de lo que me gusta. What else? Oh, that is who that is.
brief scandal, quickly dealt with by means of an apology and resignation, as it happened with Professor Ferguson on May 6th, just 2 weeks previously. Instead, became the single most important factor in Britain's dramatic loss of trust in Johnson's government.
That is part of about 5 years younger than me. Oh, darn, no one virus. Oh, that's when he served. Oh, he was born in June 19 too. Oh, cute. This is so sad. What will I read next? After we promise this for this one.
And perhaps even the catalyst for a deadly second wave of infections.
On
On the face of it, the facts were simple. An open and shut case. On Friday, May 22nd, the Daily Mirror and Guardian newspapers revealed that Cummings had left London with his wife and child.
I'm sure he could find the right people to do that. I don't know what holds them back. For real. Aren't there people like in the Amazon?
The end of March.
Oh,
Well, at least one of them was showing symptoms of COVID-19. Traveling 260 miles north to stay at his parents' estate in County Durham. The government's instructions at that time had been clear. People were not allowed to visit relatives.
I forgot that. I never looked into his life. What else? My family origin starts me so that his Amazon wife, no Amazon, shows up y me mienta para violarla a ella. That's basically
These were second homes, and anyone displaying symptoms was to self-isolate at home with their family for at least 14 days. By traveling to Durham, Cummings had not only flouted both of these rules, he had also potentially taken the virus from London.
Va a parecer quizás decades ago. So I'm like, please don't waste my time, bitch.
COVID-19 hotspot to an area with fewer incidences of the disease. The following day, much of the country assumed Dominic Cummings would hand in his resignation. Not only did he not do that, he also failed to apologize. And
what else?
Downing Street backed him all the way. The Prime Minister stated that his advisors' actions were in line with coronavirus guidelines. Mr. Cummings believes he behaved reasonably and legally. Throughout the day, senior ministers publicly declared their
And my stocks, if I have any of them inherited, can be transferred.
support for Mr. Cummings on Twitter, all repeating the party line that Cummings had taken his family north to secure childcare in the event both he and his wife became more seriously ill, despite it emerging that they had close family and friends within walking distance.
I don't do drugs. This is
Of their
self-care
London home.
for someone that hasn't been
By Sunday, further claims came to light.
So they
That Cummings had not in fact self-isolated on his father's estate at all, but had taken at least 2 further trips with his family while there. One to local beauty spot, Barnard Castle, and another.
I still think that sometimes they get raped because they create a balance
To
of
walk in woods famed for their bluebells, the flowers that symbolize gratitude and humility.
or
And still,
out of them.
the Prime Minister backed him, telling reporters, "I think he followed the instincts of every father and every parent, and I do not mark him down." For that. Boris Johnson had fatally misjudged the mood of the nation. Social media was ablaze with calls for Cummings' resignation. Thousands of people wrote angry letters to their MPs, and news reports showed footage of crowds shouting abuse.
Nineteen.
At Cummings outside his home. Senior figures across the political spectrum demanded he go, with some of Johnson's own conservative MPs even resigning themselves in protest. After 2 months in which the British public had largely followed the lockdown, rules to the
Doesn't. So that's it. It's like Jaden and Kaylani's dad. He promotes lifestyle when he's with me, but if not, they want like people to be drugged if they're raped. victims to be able to enjoy life. That's not how life works. I don't consider myself a rape victim until I say I'm poor. And a victim of theft. Skipping the
A letter, often enduring immense hardship and heartache as a result, unable to visit sick or dying relatives, care for loved ones, or even attend funerals. The revelation that these same
Liam,
rules
do
somehow
you
didn't
go
apply
ahead?
to those closest to
I
the Prime
never said
Minister.
rest in peace. And that guy from Black Panther, I'm like, Liam, did you kill him? In 2020. Didn't someone die from that movie? I can't remember. Oh, this kid is good looking.
Ignited fury. The rage only increased after Cummings gave a press conference himself, supposedly to explain his actions and draw a line under the matter. Speaking to reporters in Downing Street's Rose Garden, he gave what can only be described.
What is my phone? I'm trying to avoid saying to people you are illegally prostituting yourself to these people if they have pictures with them. Though in person he may be very cute. It's just so that movie. He's very good looking though. I'm just skimming through this. Waiting for pictures to up. Who is that song? Oh, I've seen articles with Jorge. Like, no, thank you. But only hear him then while you watch. So I just literally looked. What else? What else? What else? What else? Oh, these are victims of my family, is how I see them. So embarrassing that some of these people get raped because they get targeted. They're like, well, if you're in a list of you're so handsome, we're gonna invite you over, and then they create an environment where they get raped. In the spirit of equality, they're so jealous of people. They can't get over it. Two people are watching. What else?
As a rambling, confusing, and at times laughably unbelievable account of his movements. At one point, claiming that one of his family day trips while supposedly self-isolating in Durham was to test his eyesight. He also, crucially, again...
Oh, I miss. I was looking for more world centric. That's not what the title says. Terrible scale. These lists don't come out anymore. It's pick what you like. Finally, though it's good that they put some people on the radio. Two people are watching. One is like this one. Bored. I miss dating. I miss being lonely. I miss dating. I miss being lonely. You can give me money in person through PayPal. Through my GoFundMe campaign. ASL. Ugh, I would love to. And people to kill themselves. Shooting Jennifer Money Bastards in self-defense Sunday. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? Pictures of my husband. Most of financial stable or plans to travel planet and meet people. Ay, the only polyamorous. You can give me money in person through PayPal. It's AR Blue Sky Design School, no stupid sun, no straight to my heart. Arlene Lorenzo Art Shop, INTAYIAFAY, Tire Shop. My GoFundMe campaign is gofundme.com/f/Arlene-Lorenzo-Azevedo. It's March 5th, 2025. Happy day, everyone that stole my money. Everyone we received money. Everyone that stayed in my homes without my permission. Everyone that's driven my vehicles without my permission. Everyone that's worn my brand new underwear without my permission. Some people I heard leave a dirty in my home to terrorize me so I can't get to my home. Well, and he's trying to kill me. Wow, who created that system in my home? Full terrorists. Ew, people tan bruto. What else? What else? What else? Papa John, why didn't she have sex with me? Oh, they make all the wrong decisions. Yeah. Oh, I have a piece that I have to get. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? Is this the plane? I'm sharing this often. A lot of people in my family of origin don't practice respect Oh, qué vergüenza. I'm the whistleblower. That. Ew. What else? I'm so bored. Foam art, I'm leaving my mess there. What is it? What else?
Refused to apologize. I don't regret what I did. I think reasonable people may well disagree about how I thought about
Washing my
circumstances,
hands.
but I think what I did was actually reasonable in the circumstances.
Oh, for real? Wow, qué asco. Fool. You can think the people that steal from me get in the way. Steal belongings, take my home with all my permission. What else? And drive my vehicles with all my permission. They are way too much Hollywood insider. Ew, chaos, como que vergüenza. Anything that my siblings le dice que hagan to hurt me, they do. Just for doesn't make my siblings have a reputation of being good. They don't have sex, they just rape. Oh, todavía for more than 30 years. Ew. What? What else? What? What else? This is so slow. Anyways, I wonder on my list when I'm financially stable. What else? Oh, I'm sure my GoFundMe can pay with people. Oh, this is a stitch. Years old and I haven't. Wow. I don't have money for food. I don't have money for water. What else? What else? You can give me money in person through PayPal. Or through my GoFundMe campaign. I had at least 4 BMWs by 1999, and I'm a victim of rape, genocide, abuse, theft, and I've yet to be able to drive my vehicle.
You are dealing with small children, that can be exceptional circumstances. And I think that the situation that I was in was exceptional circumstances. And the way that I dealt with it was the least risk to everybody concerned. If my wife and I had both been unable to look after
whether I've had sex with someone or not, I want the death penalty 4 family photos of the sons. It's Andrew, Alex,
The rules concerning
Albert,
exceptional circumstances
that
that Cummings referred to
money from
were
me.
for children at risk of abuse or domestic
You're so
violence.
disgusting.
Cummings would face no punishment for his actions, despite the
They
public
know
outrage.
Placement, discipline, every retaliate are so gross. Ew, they don't even make friend material or fuck buddy material.
Child care purposes during lockdown
I don't
still
want
stand.
them ever
Anger
in my
spread
life.
to Boris Johnson's administration itself. One rule for them, one rule for us.
I'm shooting. Did everybody else get some self-defense on there?
Became the UK's new official COVID-19 slogan. A YouGov survey after Cummings' press conference found that 71% of people thought he had broken lockdown rules. Thought it would make it harder for the government to get future messaging across to the public. The last weeks of May saw the UK bask in near unbroken sunshine and record
Once I'm
spring
financially
temperatures.
stable, plan
And
to
with it,
travel the planet
the
and meet
collapse of
people,
any
ideally
meaningful
fully
lockdown.
amongst men. If you're watching this, you can't abuse me. I was already
The double
abused.
whammy of the changed messaging and the
I'm
hypocrisy of
sure
Dominic
retaliate.
Cummings had the effect of inspiring a kind of
I also know how his
among
sex
many
appeal.
Britons.
With
If
no
those in
abuse
charge can do what they like and get
on
away
your
with it,
behalf.
then why should we follow the rules?
You're gross. Disturbing as fuck. I'm not your therapist. I'm not your life coach.
One commentator tweeted, on May 31st, a De Montfort University survey of 1,201 people found that the number of Britons flouting social distancing guidance because they didn't agree with the rules had more than doubled.
What else?
Since the Cummings story broke.
Here, who's making more
Survey was
crazy
backed up by mobility data from
laughing
Apple.
at me.
On May 13th,
Well,
the number of
into the
users
mama
searching online for driving directions
makes
was just
a
55%
of
of what it had been in
himself or
January.
laughing at
By
me.
May 20,
You're so dumb, all of you. What else?
29th, it had soared to 84.43%. Likewise, those searching for walking directions went up from 50.92% on May 13th to 79.38% by May 30th. If you lose
Possibly. What else?
trust, it undermines adherence. And if people stop adhering to the restrictions that we need to put in place to deal with the pandemic, then inevitably infections will increase. And inevitably, that will lead to more fatalities. Stephen Reicher, a professor of psychology at the
Talk about one man toy, Alex. That's your name.
University of St. Andrews and a member of SPI-B,
I don't
told
play
Wired.
dark person.
We can argue till the cows come home about what Cummings
And they
actually
turn
did.
the youngie
What
into
is
a
a stone
sex
cold
slave.
hard fact
Oh,
is in the impact it has had. The notion
ew.
of a law for them and a law for us is the clearest way that you can violate that bond of common identity and that bond of trust between the public and the authorities. While the Prime Minister was desperately trying to save the political career of his closest advisor, the scientist's concern was that doing so meant effectively sacrificing the lives of potentially thousands of British citizens. Obviously, the fear is people are less adherent to the rules. If they're less adherent to the rules, the virus transmits more rapidly. R could then tip back over one, and we're back into an escalating pandemic with avoidable illness and suffering and avoidable deaths. Susan Mickey, a professor of health psychology at University College London and also a member of SPI.
Why is this?
I-B told Wired. She continued, "A lot of the public anger was because of exceptionalism, because of making an exception for this individual. To be given a slot on television, which is akin to the sort of slot that the Prime Minister would
people
take.
experiencing it have caused that onto me. They know the playbook to keep people poor. I don't know how they do it. It's so disturbing.
And to be given a Downing Street venue to do it in really seemed to be repeating the same mistake of one rule for them and one rule for him."
What else?
The last weeks of May had been disastrous for Boris Johnson and disastrous for the UK.
What else?
Confusing changes to lockdown messaging, followed by a scandal that smashed any idea in the public mind that the country was all in it together, had undone all of the Prime Minister's appeals for a blitz spirit to see the country through the COVID-19 crisis. And with new reported cases still topping 2,000 a day, and new official daily deaths from the disease, anything between 200 and 400, the government needed to regain control and public trust
Self-defense
fast.
Sunday. For saying that because I didn't let her rape me, she was gonna have a baby and create a dildo.
On May
for her to
20th,
rape me
the Prime
for.
Minister announced what he said would be a world-beating program to trace anyone suspected of having been in contact with people who had tested positive for the virus, and it would be up and running by the end of the month. We have growing
What else? What else? What else? Well, that's why I took him to a strip club, didn't give him a baby.
confidence that we will have a test, track and trace operation that will be world-beating, and yes, it will be in place by June 1st, Johnson told Parliament. It was to be, like the earlier promises, to deliver 100,000 COVID-19 tests a day.
And baby ready. Where did he end
By the end of April, yet another example of bluster, spin, and incompetence. Immediately following the Prime Minister's announcement, 25,000 highly trained contact tracers were recruited to make the world-beating program a reality.
And then I took him on that day that I took him to the hospital, so Bams, he has footage
On May 30th, writing anonymously in
of
The Guardian,
him
one such contract tracer
knowing
described
that I
his work.
have a knee. Yeah.
We're not highly trained. We've been sitting around doing nothing, he wrote, describing much of his day as watching Netflix or playing.
The nurse called him my husband. I laughed. However, correct her.
Games online. After his first week's training, he said, I clocked up 40 hours of key worker pay for doing absolutely nothing. To this day, I remain a key worker, paid £10 an hour to sit in the chat room.
And then, what else?
Alone, lost, without support or help. The article ended, the author concluded his conscience simply did not allow him to continue with the sham. Motivated as I am to help out during this difficult time, and after 2 weeks of doing pretend
Jorge
work,
visited me in Nordstrom and said, guys, this is Jorge. And they all disappeared. I'm
on
like,
the track
oh,
and
they
trace
possibly
program,
already met. They're
I have
trying to
decided
kill
to quit
me.
and try to find a real way to help people.
They don't want to be seen
After
with
the
him
program's first
there.
week in operation,
Also been
figures
making it
showed
for more
some
than
15%
15
of
years,
people identified
saying
by
that
the
I'm not
system were
available.
uncontactable. Most
They're like, oh, he knows and is comfortable showing here. Not if that he wants it,
simply
and
refused to
maybe
respond
he's
to
not going to be
texts,
the one killing
emails, or
us
calls
here
from the
one
tracers.
day.
One third of those who had
self-defense
tested
for
positive for
her.
the virus did not give details of close contacts at all.
What
The head of the program
else?
was Baroness Dido Hardy.
What else did I eat with Jorge on my dinner? Oh, that day that we visited.
Who also holds board position at the Jockey Club and was part of the executive committee who gave the go-ahead for the Cheltenham Festival, which saw 250,000 people come together in a biological bomb days before the initial lockdown.
Classes at seminary,
She said
so
the
he changed his dancing style for. Like I had a great time with
system was
him
working well,
at Garden in
can, needs to,
September.
and will
And
get
by
better.
November, he was
On
taking
June 5th,
dancing.
the press reported that the world-class system was not expected to get better.
I'm like, yeah, este nene tiene que estar con cuánta tipa se le pega pensando en mí, having sex with random.
Operating Officer Tony Prestige emerged in which he admitted to staff that the program was clunky and an imperfect service at
every
launch,
Friday
but should
with a different
improve over
person.
time. Operating at the Prime Minister's promised
They
world-class
had
level
already banned
towards the
those pictures. So I was there in September, and the photographer offered to take a picture of us too. I'm like, no.
September or October time. Over the following weeks, as the government made a series of further confusing
They
announcements,
had already
that
made a
schools would
comment
be
about
opening,
like me not
and then that
having
schools would not be
good
opening,
dick out.
and
And
then that they would not be reopening.
it's like he isn't the problem. It's my finances.
Children could now visit their grandparents, but not both sets of grandparents, not both grandparents at the same
Social
time.
media.
The sense that this was an administration that had completely lost its way was
looking
impossible
just
to
for
escape.
fun, and I saw
It's a
him,
bit of a shambles. One government source told the Mirror, nobody can quite agree what to do and when to do it. Somebody comes up with a bright idea, but the practicalities get in the way. On June 3rd, leader of the opposition Labour Party, Sir Keir Starmer, appealed to the Prime Minister to
They don't yet prohibit me from being in a place.
get a grip and restore public confidence in the government's handling of the epidemic. He said, if we see a sharp rise in the R rate, the infection rate, or a swath of local lockdowns, responsibility for the full security of the door of number 10.
It's all your old fault that I'm poor.
We all know the public made huge sacrifices. This mismanagement of the last few weeks is the responsibility of the government. I'm deeply concerned the government has made a difficult situation 10 times worse. There is a growing concern the government is now winging it. At precisely the time when there should have been a maximum trust in the government, confidence has collapsed. Even the government's own scientific advisors were deserting Johnson, or worse, being dropped altogether when they didn't toe
What is this?
with a party line. After senior health official Jonathan Van Tam criticized Dominic Cummings' lockdown-breaking jaunt to Durham, saying, "In my opinion, the rules are clear, and they have always been clear. In my opinion, they are for the benefit of all."
So why did they kill Dr. Lee?
In my opinion, they apply to all.
Never knew.
He subsequently failed to appear at any further press briefings alongside the government. 2 days later, England's chief nurse, Ruth May, was also dropped from the briefings after she refused to publicly back up.
That's what I learned in my own bedroom the other day. I would be saying school.
His
Oh,
actions.
well, they were like
The Independent
fucking
newspaper quoted a senior NHS source,
everyone
a number 10
that
SPAC
rapes
special
them.
advisor,
So they
asked her
stole my
directly
money
how
so I
she would
couldn't
answer
date
the
them.
Dominic Cummings
And
question.
well, they were all like,
And she
oh my
refused to
God,
play
I had a
along,
lovely
and
night
told them
with
she would
you.
answer the same.
Me trajo flores, me hizo amor, despertó mi cama. I'm like, guess what I had last night in my
Ways Jonathan
bedroom?
Van Tam.
Dr. Lee's
She was dropped
dying.
immediately from the press briefing. Another added, everyone is being asked to support the government positions prior to doing a press conference.
He's
If they
dead to
don't,
me.
they get dropped.
Decades ago. I
Announced this at
don't
the
allow
Daily Press
that disrespect towards me. I'd rather it dies.
briefings by the same newspaper found that between mid-March and the end of May, the government's briefings had featured at least one, and often two scientific or medical experts, alongside ministers each day. After the Cummings scandal, that figure fell to an average.
Sex addicts are so gross. They think that they need to be on drugs to be able to enjoy that chocolate.
Of just one every other day. Ditching experts who insist on speaking the truth and muzzling scientists who refuse to repeat government spin. In Beijing, this might be called censorship. Insisting that systems and half-baked, on-the-hoof policies are in fact world-beating, despite all evidence to the contrary. In Beijing, this might be called propaganda, protecting the powerful party hierarchy no matter what the cost to ordinary people. In Beijing, this might be called corruption. Over 6 turbulent weeks in May and early June, the UK had recorded 100,000 further new cases of COVID-19, and had seen at least 10,000
did my comments also? I don't know, I couldn't find them.
more of its citizens killed by the virus. At a time when public trust in the government had never been more important.
Like, you
The
can't
self-interest, incompetence, and outright
steal our belongings, place them in people's
meant that same public
rooms with her fingerprint in the plastic and accuse her of killing people.
The YouGov poll of June 8th showed no other country in the world.
It doesn't work that way.
According to the British people
There's more
themselves,
forensic
the government
science
had been exposed, not only as
to
endemically
that.
corrupt,
It's not just the fingerprint. And she has a history of
shameless
having
liars,
smokers
but
and
also
being
as
squeaky
criminally
clean.
inadequate to the task of steering the country safely through the crisis, with
So
a prime
you're
minister more
hooked
concerned about
up.
protecting his closest ally than with saving British lives. On June 12th, the office
Anyways, I couldn't look for them. I thought I was gonna use them to paint.
for National Statistics released the UK's latest official gross domestic product,
Or maybe I
GDP
left them
figures.
out to use
They
in my
showed
free
that the British economy has fallen off a cliff, dropping 5.9% in March and a further
Oh, I'm too
20.4%
poor
in
to
April.
be using the brand Q-tip. Is that what they stole them from me? They used to have
The first
like
full month of
a fist
lockdown.
fight.
It was the
Over
biggest
that
economic collapse in the country's history. It was expected to be repeated when the figures for May were released. From the very start of the outbreak,
fucking way que
Prime
asco
Minister
que
Boris
me
Johnson
puerca.
advised
Ew. Like for real? That happened like a while ago.
by Dominic Cummings had sought to protect the economy
Okay.
above all else. And if that means pensioners die, too bad. His catastrophic handling of the COVID-19 crisis had not only meant more British citizens dying of the virus between March and June 2020, than had been killed in 9 months of nightly blanket bombing by the Luftwaffe in World War II.
Now I know.
It had not only demolished any will to observe official lockdown rules, just as the threat of a second wave of infections loomed, meant he had not even managed to do
in the
what-
last 5 years. Whoa, I was homeless. Someone possibly
thing he
got
set out to
someone
do in
from
the first place,
maintenance
to keep the
steal
economy afloat.
my
Whichever way you
future.
looked at it, it was a disaster,
Cotton
and
swab.
history would not forget it.
Trying to insult me, that's too much for me, too much brand.
Chapter 13.
Así vivían décadas ago, for eso no sirve. Yeah.
Endgame.
What else? What else?
The Federal Reserve
What
is
can
wrong
I
so
ever give them an
often.
orgasm?
I see the numbers also, and do much better than they do. We will have a very good third quarter, a great fourth quarter, and one of our best
But I've
ever
heard
years in
that.
2021.
That if one becomes a single mom, that one can't provide for one's children, that they go on to steal personal property for.
We will also soon have a vaccine and therapeutics/cure. That's my
Otro
opinion.
capítulo de telenovela
Watch.
de they think I'm their Barbie.
President Donald Trump,
I'm
Twitter,
gonna kill
June
them
11,
one day.
2020.
Straight
Those that
cannons,
deny their
apple,
history
la
are doomed.
barriga. What else?
To repeat it. President Donald Trump, Twitter, June 11th, 2020.
Oh, they think
On
they're
June
fighting their
12th,
mother.
the number of American civilians killed in COVID-19 officially passed the tally of U.S. soldiers.
Like for real, is that what they're doing? They hate the woman that they came out.
Who fell in the entirety of the First World
So
War.
because they don't get
In barely
featured on
100 days of the
CNN
spring of 2020,
for being murderers, rapers, and thieves,
116,825 Americans
they think that they're
lost their
doing
lives. accounting for more than a quarter of all fatalities from the virus across the world. In New York City alone, approximately 1 of every 391 residents had died of the disease. On that same day, President Trump hosted a dinner for New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy at his Bedminster Golf Club.
Wow, there's people that do that. Wow.
In which he pushed for the state to reopen non-essential businesses and relax social distancing rules. Later that night, he sent a series of tweets about a rally he was to hold the following Saturday, his first such event since the virus had hit the United States.
If
the president was concerned about the horrific death toll on his watch, he didn't show it, nor did he appear worried about the 20,000 new cases of the virus still being recorded every day in his nation, nor the 700 daily new deaths. On the contrary, he was already talking about COVID-19 in the past tense. In a speech on June 5th, he had praised U.S. strength in prevailing against the virus, with typical emphasis on the economic successes of his pre-COVID-19 presidency. For Donald Trump, at least, the pandemic was over. We had the greatest economy in the history of the world, he claimed, and that strength let us get through this horrible pandemic, largely through. I think we're doing really well. We had the most people working in the history of our country. Almost 160 million people. We were never even close to that. So we had things that we were doing so well. And then it came in. But we're going to be back there. I think we're...
I'm decapitating Brittany Akerson in self-defense today.
We're going to actually be back higher next year than ever before. It's sort of like when you go in for an operation. If a person is healthy, we were healthy. We had the greatest economy in the world. We went in for an operation. We closed our country
Self-defense for losing my virginity for me decades ago.
Down, we closed it down, we saved possibly 2.5 million lives. He also once again dismissed the tens of thousands of new cases being recorded every day as apparently not real cases of the virus at all, but simply a statistical byproduct
that they hosted in my home.
Of testing, saying, and by the way, when you do more testing, you have more cases. We have more cases than anybody because we do more testing than anybody. It's pretty simple. Over 2 million U.S. citizens have been diagnosed with COVID-19 since January. But now the president had other things on his mind. 100,000 American dead was not a good look in an election year, and he very much wanted the crisis to be over so that he could get back to campaigning for a second term. Trump's daily televised press briefings had stopped at the end of April, and by June, the White House Coronavirus Task Force, headed by Vice President Mike Pence, was only meeting once or twice a week, with no public briefings at all. According to a report in the Los Angeles
They think that I'm their Barbie. They're like, Rush, have the babies already para llevarte a viajar.
Times, the task force had also scaled back their contact with state and local officials to 1 or 2 calls a week. Speaking to that paper, Dr. Jeffrey Copeland, a former director of the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, said, suddenly this
is so... I want to stitch more pieces of
they think that the risks are over. That's dead wrong. Adding that the Trump administration had apparently decided politically it's better for them not to engage in this pandemic. This apparent COVID fatigue in the White House was being mirrored by...
This is such good work that I stitched. in 2017, 2018. What else? I'm sending my GoFundMe campaign to people through Instagram. What else?
Some citizens across the United States, especially in areas that until then avoided the worst of the outbreak. Public attitudes to the stay-at-home orders and social restrictions were beginning to fracture, and now the president figured was the time to.
Oh, this is good. Is he trying to kill me because he considers this spamming? It's my survival. He steals from me as he helps. He labels it as me spamming people. I'm not gonna get raped by a leech that went on to give away my home to some leech that se lo mamaba garantizado y se hacía pasar por mí. For que se mate. I want Benjamin citizens, the sons that raped me, stolen money from me, got in the way of me receiving money to kill themselves ASAP. I want Jennifer Maribas to kill herself ASAP. I want Jenny Dendalidis to kill herself ASAP. I want Sarah Francis to kill herself ASAP. I want Brittany Akerson to kill herself ASAP. I want Berlin Jean to kill herself ASAP. Did they think that I envy them or that I look into their lives? They hate it that I have hobbies. That's why they get in the way of my finances. They're like, she didn't have embroidery, then she would be looking to see how much of a woman I am. Bendito sea Dios. When are they going to understand that they're not women? Porque le ofrecen la tota o el culo just cualquiera. Ew. Se creen que son mujeres. Ew. Ellas mismas lo saben que they aren't. Ew. Son una basura esta gente.
Push for the lockdown to end and to get the economy moving again. In mid-April, Dr. Fauci had warned, you don't set the timeline, the virus does.
Exactly.
But with unemployment soaring and the threat of recession destroying his strong economy,
they don't mean anything to me. I feel like the International Criminal Court and the FBI has already taken care of, trace their steps in everything that they do. To steal from me, I have to out them so that they get the death penalty, ideally. And then I'm not shocked by seeing their pictures on
the president needed to get people
and
back into society,
being like, what
earning
the
money,
fuck? I got
making
my
money, spending money. If he was to stand a chance to win in November. If that meant pretending that the war against COVID-19 was over and that the United States had beaten the...
They don't understand consent. They don't respect me because I don't have sex with them. They just treat me like una muñeca atropiada. They nitpick that I didn't have a grandma. I didn't have an ottoman in my bedroom.
And now we're opening. And we're opening with a bang.
Latina when I'm
We told
not.
reporters on June 5th. So we want the continued blanket lockdown to end for the states. We may have some embers or some ashes, or we may have some flames coming.
Anyway, it's dark, totally dark. Oh, he was trying to frame me for that? How? I don't even want to know. What else? He's trying to cause a bout of diarrhea all over the planet and be like, oh, en la Spanish flu, se murió también.
We understand this now. Stomp them out, and we'll stomp them out very, very powerfully. Then he added, with extraordinary disingenuousness, we've made every decision correctly.
What else? And let me turn my hairs on my vagina. Oh, I regret.
President Trump's decision to pressure state governors to reopen their
También they
economies
gaslight
was also
people
made
on
with an
that.
eye
It's
on the
hilarious
support
to
base.
people.
Many towns and cities across the American lockdown demonstrations have been taking place since
Did they lose at least a good match saying that about me? That usually happens with these type of leeches. Someone hears us so much that they're like, well, I have gray hair in my vagina. Bye bye.
Most often and most
What
loudly
else?
in Democratic-governed states.
So,
A common feature of these gatherings have been the large number of people present waving Trump 2020 flags and wearing Make America Great Again baseball caps. On April 20,
ugh, I have gas at the thought of that guy raping me decades ago. It's so fun. Mama, oh no, mama. That's sadly what they're after, finding out. They don't even like me. Yeah. Why is it my turn? I finish every stable, still then I want my airplane back. He coerced me into. Oh, is that what people say? Edgar coerced her into him losing the house about her private plane that other leech stole from her 10 years ago. What? What else? What else? My mother's weak and it's exotic, so she favors penis. Oh, o cualquiera que se lo mueva. Yeah. So bored. So bored. I wash my sheets today. If I'm homeless next month, then I'll hang out.
7th, the BBC reported from one such demonstration in Washington state. We believe that the state governor has gone beyond his constitutional authority in shutting down businesses and ordering people to stay at home. Organizer Tyler Miller told the network.
What else? I may browse like that. Maybe I'll run into Arlene as she's heading out and slam her against that glass door. If I slam her with enough force, she could die immediately. What else? 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 So more. So more.
Adding that he was angered by what he called the un-American overreach of power by the Democrat governor. The state constitution says that the right of the people to peaceably assemble shall never be abridged. We believe that the emergency COVID-19
gaslighting the bitch that he is the one that causes violence in my life. What else? What else? What else? Every novela playbook idea they want to recreate with me. I'm gonna kill them one day. What else? 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 And puerca. They don't even put the wound that they came out of.
violate that. Those views were echoed by many Republican politicians. North Dakota Republican State Representative Rick Becker said, "The hysteria that surrounded the coronavirus from the beginning was disproportionate."
My baby's daddy is very smart, and he won't go to jail for what these bitches are trying to do. They're trying to put him in jail for having sex with me. So decades ago, he said, I won't provide for you. You need to seek the death penalty for people, even at the risk of me getting the death penalty.
There was an
I don't
overreaction by
provide for
state
the
governments
babies.
with
You don't
regard to
have to.
mandatory shutdowns, shelter in place,
You
and so forth.
can't provide for
You're
yourself
taking the
and the
if it saves
babies.
just one life argument. And I would say that if I would drive 20 miles per hour instead of 50,
While you seek the death penalty for people. That was decades ago. That's why I had kids with him. I'm like, I'm not financially stable no matter what I try. What else? What else? Will he possibly sell all the cash that I have in my homes with these individuals?
miles per hour, it's possible that I might not kill somebody. And you can look at all aspects of our lives that way. But our whole way of life in this country would collapse, and we can't live life that way. If the president was using war rhetoric to describe a nation,
¿Desde cuándo se llama fucking ella? Wow. Once they're financially stable and find a job with money, and meet people with the only funny harassment. And illegal hookers. And the leeches that go on abusing me so that they can get
united
more
in fighting the
from
virus,
someone.
the very measures
that
used to
massive
actually do the fighting were themselves
So
causing
disgusting.
division. By June, COVID-19 restrictions had become a political issue. Governors, I don't know why they continue to lock down. The president.
I'm not even Latino.
Said in his June 5th speech.
Oh, does he hate
Because
my
if you look
social
at Georgia,
security?
if you look at Florida, if you look
And
at South Carolina, if you look at so many different places that have opened up, I don't want to name all of them, but the ones that are most energetic about opening, they are doing tremendous business.
So I know that the problem is in me. That is the social security. What else? What else? Apparently I'm gonna die single and very much celibate. Pero
This is what
video.
these numbers are all about. And you have to remember one other thing very importantly.
Here's what
I
I
think it's
get.
extremely important for you to remember.
Thinking
that many of our
decades
states
ago
are
on
closed
my
or almost
parents'
closed.
home in my
Some of the
bedroom
big ones,
board.
New York, New Jersey,
Like, wow, I take myself out anywhere today. These leeches are out there parading themselves en mi carro robado full in mi casa. Ew, I attended a nightclub that they opened once and they were just there surrounded by classmates that wanted to rape me.
they're starting now to get open.
Ew, did they plan to kill me one of those
Florida,
nights? I
South
would
Carolina.
laugh at them.
The states the president praised for being energetic about opening.
And he pulled a gun and so
New York and
once
New Jersey, described as closed, were Democrat.
made a hole on the roof. And I'm like, ¿qué capítulo este? ¿Qué capítulo este? And after this, they're all just gonna be in my home. Whoa, he cries that I'm not there. ¿Qué tipo tan bruto?
Not imposed stay-at-home orders belong to the
Ew.
United States.
¿Qué gente puerca? Ew.
It was nakedly unashamed.
Mad at me that I wouldn't show up to the club. I'm like, I'm ready for food, clothes. I'm not gonna show up here. Attract people that I won't be able to entertain while you abuse me, and then you're the one that is trafficking people into your penis or your pocket full.
Speaking to the BBC, Theda Scott,
What else?
author and professor of government and sociology at Harvard University, said that many of the people and politicians protesting the continued lockdown were taking their cues from the president. I think most of the people at the
What else? One of them said to me, ¿Qué tal if I open a nightclub near Vertedero to bring awareness that you don't have?
Tests are just passionate Donald Trump supporters, she said. Donald Trump is really not all that secretive about what he's thinking. He sort of says it. I think that there's a lot of evidence that he's worried that this terrible pandemic and mishandling of the early stages.
Instead of being next to that, talking to me in my bedroom, had he not gotten in the way of that. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? Yeah, they're still trying to facilitate my classmates raping me. Parece. What else? What else? What else?
Combined with the economic impact, could sink his presidency. You can't expect him, his party, and those who support him to sit back and take that lightly. So what is plan B or C? It is to go from blaming Obama, the Chinese, the WHO.
I plan to travel and meet people ideally following Entonces sigue metiendo de la glorianza. Para glorianza los teléfonos. Qué porco. What?
So now blaming those who are leaving restrictions in place. Like President Jair Bolsonaro, Donald Trump was trying to delay vote the failing economy would be the fault of Democratic state governors imposing needless COVID-19.
De paso le recorded it too. Para que yo me sienta mal de que Gloria Nisa with dry skin gets action and I don't. Esa gente no se quiere para nada.
Lockdowns. And the credit for the millions of
Two
lives saved
people
by those
watching
same
one
restrictions
this post.
would naturally belong to him.
What
Less than 5
else?
months to the election, President Trump desperately needed to give his supporters the impression.
Almost done listening to that book. You can decapitate David Ledesma for raping me. That was the people on my school. What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm burning alive. The Senora Arlene Lorenzo. Oh, it would have been so easy to kill them there. That would have been so easy. Oh, that is like, on Friday nights, I'm like, oh, I know that where to find them.
And then a return to their normal lives.
I have no intention of killing them tonight, but it has to be hilarious for some people.
About being president of the United States. Raucous even.
Possibly scaring them and saying, do you think she's gonna show up today and kill you all? At once, it would be easier. People speak like that. It's like they're in my home without my permission, stealing my vehicles and my money. And people warn them, it's like one day she's gonna make it public. Nah, she's seeking the death penalty for you.
Thousands of his most fanatical supporters chant his slogans back at him. Instead, he was forced to endure the boring technical side of government during a crisis, dealing with scientists and medical experts whose
love doesn't rape, respect doesn't rape. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? Anyways, I just keep doing the promo for when I'm financially
or he did
stable.
not understand. Suffering endless meetings about
I
PPE
show up
supplies
in
and ventilator
someone's
production,
eligible
facing daily
rent.
questions about the mounting numbers of the sick and dying.
What
The day-to-day
else?
business of being president is intensely boring to a man
Entre
like Trump.
ellos se lo le meten el dedo a Gloria Nilsson in the state that she's in. Ew. Que gente
What he
puerca.
thrives on, what drives him and gives
My
him energy,
siblings keep
is the
Gloria
roar and
Nilsson like
adulation
that.
of a campaign.
They brag that they go out
President
to
Trump's
Cava
first
Baja
rally
con
since
ella y
March
Gloria
2nd
Nilsson.
was to take place
For
on June 20th. The
real.
original date of June 19th
Dan
was
un
changed after
asco. Dan un asco. Ew, 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 ew. Qué gente
attracted
puerca.
criticism for coinciding with the
I
holiday
don't want to
commemorating
hear
the end of
that
slavery
ever.
in the U.S.
I'd rather
at the
kill that.
19,000-seat BOK Center Indoor Arena in Tulsa,
Is
Oklahoma,
self-defense.
with further rallies scheduled to follow in Alabama, Arizona, Florida, and North Carolina.
What else? What else? My
At this
siblings
last
want to
but one
pretend
rally
that they're
on February
better than
28th in
me.
South Carolina, the president has described the emerging COVID-19 threat as the Democrats'
Please
new
keep me out
hoax,
of your gross
and said that the virus starts in China,
China,
leads its way into various countries around the world, doesn't spread widely at all in the United States. 3.5 months later, more than 100,000 Americans dead of the new hoax, he was to stage the first mass participant event indoors anywhere in the world since the start of spring, cramming nearly 20,000 men and women together in a hot arena for hours, in what could only be described as yet another biological bomb. The campaign team insisted the temperatures of attendees would be checked and that hand sanitizer and face masks would be offered to all. But the president's senior campaign advisor and daughter-in-law, Laura Trump, admitted that actually wearing the masks would not be compulsory. Everybody has a choice. Nobody is being forced to sign to come up to the
A mí que no me hablen nunca.
strapping, she said.
This
This is a record-setting response that we have gotten to this.
They
And I
take
think
my
it speaks to the
siblings
fact
and
that people
money
are
and
ready
that
to
they
get back
steal
to
from
life.
me out to dinner.
Naturally, Laura
I'm
Trump was not
starving.
prepared to put her money where her mouth was.
Vamos
In order to get a
con...
ticket,
They
attendees
think it's like que pongo esfuerzo.
the Trump campaign, if they were to catch any virus as a cardiologist and professor of medicine at George Washington University.
What else? Que gente tan puerca, que gente tan bruta.
He's intentionally exposing people to the risk of acquiring a deadly virus just for a photo op. In Tulsa itself, public health officials expressed concern that holding such a rally at that time was one.
What else? What else? You can decapitate Lorenzo, you can decapitate Ramon Lorenzo, you can decapitate Felipe Lorenzo Acevedo, you can decapitate Marilyn Lorenzo Acevedo, you can decapitate Juve Lorenzo Acevedo. I went on to lose my virginity for me with these gentlemen. Dame un asco, una gente tan puerca. You can decapitate Mariangela Salinas Lorenzo. You can decapitate Daddy Lorenzo Chaparro, que se quedó en mi casa sin mi permiso. And went on to lose my virginity for me with these gentlemen. Dame un asco.
Recorded on June 13th, 1 week before the rally. Not that the president was going to let that get in the way of his best chance of getting his election campaign back on.
Ma'am, sorry, the sons that raped me, stole my money, and the way we just money.
Track. Oklahoma has done very well. I just spoke to the governor. He's very excited about it.
Once in financial state of France, to travel the
As
planet.
cases in the state continue to increase,
I did it for
they've done really
you.
fantastic work. His confidence was echoed by James
San Antonio. Uf. ¿Quién se mudó de España para aquí?
Lankford, a Republican senator from Oklahoma, who insisted the spike in cases was merely a little bit of a bump.
What else?
The American president was done with the virus. The problem was that the virus was not done with it. America. The man who had proclaimed throughout January and February that we have it totally under control, that it
He
Looks like by
made
April,
me
it miraculously
disclose
goes away.
my lack of sex
One day, it's like a
life to my
miracle. It will
children,
disappear.
while my
And
children
then,
extremely
as far as what we're doing,
confident. Punishment worthy for these leeches that abuse me.
with the new virus, I think that we're doing a great job.
He's trying to
And then
depress
watch
my
as over
children
2 million of his citizens
because he
became
doesn't like the
infected,
womb that he
and
came out
apparently none learned
of.
from his own sorry history.
In retaliation for me not having sex with
Even the
him.
president put
Ew, qué tipo tan puerco, qué basura, ew. Ew, ew, ew,
pushed for
ew,
scrapping
ew.
lockdown restrictions and planned a wave of mass rallies. New cases of the virus began climbing again. In the weeks leading up to the Tulsa rally, according to tracking data from the Associated Press, over 20 states across the country saw
I'm shooting David Ledesma in self-defense one day.
increases in
I'm
COVID-19
tagging that
infections.
behind this post.
As well as Oklahoma,
Later.
greater numbers of people were falling ill in
Interpol,
Texas,
the
Florida,
Justice
Kentucky,
Department
Georgia, Louisiana, North Carolina,
in the United
Arizona,
States,
Tennessee, Alabama, South
the U.S.
Carolina,
Department of
Missouri, Utah,
Homeland Security, the International Criminal Court,
Arkansas, Nevada, Oregon, Idaho, Wyoming, Alaska,
the
Hawaii,
Marines.
and Montana. These included spikes of more than 200% in Arizona and more than 180% in Kentucky. Texas, which had recently put into operation stage 3 of its reopening plan, allowing religious services, youth camps, and recreational sports programs without occupancy restrictions, reported 3 straight days of record-breaking COVID-19 hospitalizations.
I'm shooting Liam Baker in self-defense Sunday.
42% since Memorial Day. In Alabama, which began reopening in May, more than a quarter of the state's 23,000 cases came in the first 2 weeks of June. In Arkansas, both hospitalizations and active cases
I'm shooting Marilis Gonzalez.
had doubled since May 25th, with its largest one-day injury. Asa Hutchinson insisted he would nevertheless press ahead with easing virus restrictions, saying, regardless of what we see
So bored. You can decapitate Luis Lorenzo.
in the next week, we made the right decision to go ahead and lift some of these restrictions so we don't cause more damage to people's lives and their livelihood.
Shooting Jennifer Marie
And just
Vasquez
8
in the
days before the
face
president's
one day.
19,000 capacity BOK Center blowout, health officials
What else?
in Oklahoma warned that the spike in cases in Tulsa itself had been linked to 2 recent indoor gatherings, and that people planning to attend such events should take health precautions. Somewhat strangely, Tulsa Health Department spokesperson Leanne Stevens insisted the warning was unrelated to Trump's rally. Once again, the science was clear.
This
In states across the U.S. that had heeded the president's call to lift restrictions, relax social distancing rules, and reopen the economy.
and then expose my second
COVID-19 was back, moving through communities, infecting greater numbers and causing more hospitalizations. The virus was not going to magically disappear just because President Trump
Their
wanted it to.
leeches were very
In the first
using me too on Facebook. I'm shooting Margarita Correa.
Virus modeling of the Institute of Health Metrics at the University of
What
Washington,
else?
whose previous models were often cited by the White House early in the pandemic, and which was featured on the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention website, predicted
2 people watching this post.
170,000 U.S. deaths from COVID-19 by October 1st. On June 15th, they revised that number upward.
I'm shooting
Now the projection was that at least 201 possibly as many as 269,000. Dr. Ali Mokdad, an epidemiologist at the Institute, said that the spikes would come in areas that had largely escaped a heavy death toll to that point, laying the blame firmly on the easing of restrictions and attitude. Encouraged by the White House that the virus was no longer a real threat. Increased mobility and premature relaxation of social distancing led to more infections, and we see it in Florida, Arizona, and other states. This means more projected deaths, he said. The second wave will be higher. Remember, second wave starts at the end of August. But once again, the president didn't seem to care for the science.
Ew, someone was sort of decades ago. Jairzinho Rivera harassed me in my teens while they were laughing, stealing my money, staying in my homes without my permission, my vehicles without my permission.
President Trump reverted to his old tactics of obfuscating.
Dá asco. Ew. Sou uma basura. I'm gonna shoot as your rival in self-defense one day.
When all else failed,
I'm shooting you
even as state after state across the union reported increases in infections, the president continued to insist the numbers were simply a byproduct of his rigorous testing regime.
me receive my self-defense one day. They're trying to get the younger brother.
We have very few cases. He repeated. The president's duplicity was backed up all the way by Vice
They
President.
trafficked him into the Isabela Sanchez account I was sent to decades ago. So that I hate him too.
On the same day that the Institute for Health
I
Metrics and
just don't seek
Evaluation
him. That's
published the
enough.
damning model, and 2 days after Oklahoma reported a record high new daily infections, Pence said untruthfully that the state had flattened
That dick is busy getting raped all the time. What else?
the curve of infections, and that the virus was retreating farther and farther in the past. The following day, the vice president authored an op-ed in the Wall Street Journal headlined, "There isn't a coronavirus second
Me
wave."
habían dicho que si mis genitales ganó, they're digged. There's no such thing as competition to me.
Insisted such panic is overblown,
Ew,
and that
asco.
the media has tried to scare the American people every step
Do
of
you
the
know
way.
that one of
And these
the
grim
founders
predictions
of
of the second wave
Center
are no
and
different. He added, thanks to the leadership of President Trump and the current
home and money and vehicles
courage and
together.
compassion of the American
I'm
people,
confusing him.
our public
You
health
may just
system
have
is
my
far
money.
stronger than it was 4 months ago.
From
We are
all the
winning the
sheets
fight against the
that we
invisible
painted
enemy.
together.
Pence's article ended with the extraordinary assertion that the White House's
And he
approach to the
trafficked
crisis
me into
has
poverty,
been
trying to rape me. Okay. If that was him at the bleachers, he said Starbucks, I'm like, yeah, whatever. The beach, okay,
an
well, no, every
breathtaking
time.
example of narcissism and insensitivity, even for the Trump regime, that with 2.2 million
It's just
infections
like one, no
and
le brincan el pene, primero le
119,000
sacas
American
el
deaths
main.
at that time,
They don't
it
take
was
one anywhere.
a cause.
They will rape one before they take one out. They want illegal prostitution, and I'm not really prostituting. They have my own money.
At the very beginning of the pandemic,
What
it had been
else?
President Trump's arrogance, blasé attitude, and
What
chronic
else?
reluctance to take meaningful action that had directly led to COVID-19
So
ripping
Near gun top days and
by June 2020, 6 months after the first case had been discovered in
my
Wuhan,
money
and
and
4
got
months after the first
money.
U.S. death from the disease, more Americans died fighting in World War I. The modeling showed that if the president's own policies on ending lockdown were to be pursued, that figure could more than double by the autumn. Donald Trump's inability to respond to the emerging threat of COVID-19 was shameful. His continued refusal.
It's good. What they want to do is try to take over the government. So there's only so many grants that the government can provide. But if it is being beaten up emotionally by Ezio Rivera,
In September, and possibly as many as
one doesn't have the
269,000.
energy to allow
Dr.
paperwork.
Ali Mokdad, an epidemiologist at the Institute, said that the largely
They're trying to look for a weakness in the government. Always gauging. Here's the government. They're like, how much?
A real threat. Increased mobility and premature relaxation of social
For
distancing.
real, I have no goals in life.
And we see it
Qué
in
una vergüenza.
This means more protected deaths, he said.
Oh,
The second
wait.
wave will be higher, and we are capturing parts of that. Remember, second wave starts at the end of
Forward one something. I may have missed it. What else? One of them declined my Tea Party invite. Gloria Nirsa ruined it for the other. That was decades ago. Is there a third one? What else?
15,000 seat BOK Center
What
indoor
else?
arena
And
in
they
Tulsa,
just
Oklahoma.
abuse
With
one.
further rallies
Ew,
following
I'm
Alabama,
not
Arizona,
doing
Florida, and North Carolina.
punching bag. That's what they turned me into. Ew. They turned me into a punching bag.
At his last but one rally on February 28th in South Carolina, the president had described the emerging COVID-19 threat as the Democrats' new hoax,
And
and said that the virus starts in China, bleeds its way into various countries around the world.
Tea Party, whatever. If I couldn't make it happen in others, so.
Doesn't spread widely at all in the United States. 3.5 months later, with more than 100,000 Americans dead of the new hoax, he was to stage the first mass participation event indoors anywhere in the world since the start of spring.
I don't like puppies. Have you seen me around puppies?
20,000 men and women together in a hot arena for
For
hours.
real?
in what can
So
only
they're
be
better off
described
finding
as yet
someone that
another
actually likes
biological
them
bomb.
instead of
The campaign
raping me.
team insisted the temperatures of attendees
For
would be
real,
checked,
I'm gonna chop
hand
off their
sanitizer
balls
and
one day in self-defense if they rape me. What else?
masks would be offered to all. But the president's senior campaign advisor and daughter-in-law, Laura Trump, admitted that actually wearing the masks would not be compulsory.
So
Everybody has a choice. Nobody is being forced to sign to come up to
those could be dangerous. People are healthy, they can't breathe properly through them.
this rally, she said. This is a record-setting response that we've got to this.
Doesn't
And
even
I
that
think it speaks to the fact people are ready to get back to life.
they escaped.
Naturally, Laura Trump was not prepared to put her money where her mouth was. In order to get a ticket, attendees had
That was decades ago. They may be on their best behavior. No,
to sign a waiver pledging not to sue the Trump campaign if they were to catch any virus as a result of attending. What he's doing in Tulsa is criminal endangerment. Dr. Jonathan Reiner, a cardiologist and professor of medicine at George Washington University.
I'm showing Erica
CNN on June
in
16th.
self-defense one
He's
day.
intentionally exposing people to the risk of acquiring a deadly virus just for a photo op. In Tulsa itself,
Shooting
public health officials expressed concern that holding such a rally at that time was wildly
I'm shooting Acevedo in self-defense one day.
irresponsible.
I'm shooting
I wish we
Esther
could postpone this to a time when the
Acevedo in
virus isn't as
self-defense
large
one
a
day.
concern as it is today, said Tulsa City
I'm
County Health
shooting
Department Director Bruce
Raymond
Dark.
Ramirez in
I think it's an honor
self-defense
for
one
Tulsa
day.
to have a sitting president
I'm
want to come
shooting
and visit our
Elizabeth
community.
Ramirez in self-defense one day. What else? I'm shooting
But not during the
Jitsuya
pandemic. I'm concerned about our
Acevedo.
ability
He
to
goes
protect
out
anyone
Acevedo in
who attends a
self-defense
large
one
indoor
day.
event. They're
I'm
also
shooting
concerned
my
about our ability
use
to
as
ensure the
civilian
president
self-defense
stays
one
safe as
day.
well.
I'm
COVID-19
shooting
cases had actually
Rosaura
risen in
Soto Rosa in self-defense one day. What else?
Oklahoma during early June, with a new high in daily increases for the state and for Tulsa County recorded on June 13th, 1 week before the rally. Not that the president was going to let that get in the way of his best chance of getting his election campaign back on track. Oklahoma has done very well. I just spoke to the governor. He's very excited about it, Trump told reporters on June 15th, as cases in the state continue to increase. They've done really fantastic work. His confidence was echoed by James.
He planned to traffic me into New Jersey, out of Puerto Rico,
Langford,
to be
a
near all
Republican
his other
senator from
hoes
Oklahoma,
that
who
want to rape
insisted the
me,
spike in cases was merely a little bit of a
so
bump.
that my children would be around those people.
The American president was done with the virus. The problem
Does
was
he
that the
not
virus was
realize
not done
how
with America.
scared those hoes get near me? Leading me to not kill them or to kill them just right there.
The man who had proclaimed throughout January and February that we have it totally under control.
You know how much fun I
Looks like
have
by April it
with
miraculously
that,
goes
and I was
away.
just seeking
That one day
that.
it's like a miracle. It will disappear. And that as far as what we're
Did
doing,
he gauge my thinking at that family party when I said, ew, that's disgusting, do you know?
with the new
That there's
virus,
people that
I think that we're doing a great job.
impersonate
Watch
other people in
over
social
2
people
million
that
of
I
his
think like
citizens
all the
became
way in the
infected,
back of my head, if I
but
ever find
apparently
out
not
about one
learned
of
from
those
his own
people
sorry
doing that,
history,
I'll
and so
shoot
seemed
them in
doomed to
self-defense.
repeat it. Even as the president
Possibly because telepatía, eso dice. I don't get it.
pushed for the scrapping of lockdown restrictions
So
and
he
planned a
possibly
wave of mass
knew
rallies, new cases of the
that
virus
if
began
I
climbing again.
find out people
In the weeks
about
leading
people
up to the
doing that
Tulsa
because
rally,
he doesn't like
according
me
to tracking
anyway.
data from the Associated Press, over 20 states across
He
the
just
country
had
saw
his fun of introducing them to me so that I scare them into rehabilitation or I kill them in self. What else? What else? What else? What else? Some of the parents were embarrassed. They're like, what do you mean one dinner with Arlene Lorenzo? What else? What else?
increases in COVID-19 infections.
What else?
As well as Oklahoma, greater numbers of people were falling ill in Texas, Florida, Kentucky, Georgia, Louisiana, North Carolina, Arizona, Tennessee, Alabama, South Carolina, Missouri, Utah.
He has a life, he has a wife or a husband or friends already. What else? So I could be just as entertainment. That's why I hate it. That's why I don't pay attention to him. What else? 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 What else?
Arkansas, Nevada, Oregon, Idaho, Vermont, Wyoming, Alaska, Hawaii, and Montana. These included spikes of more than 200% in Arizona and more than 180% in Kentucky. Which is
throw myself out. I like to be much better. I'm gonna fall. What else? What else? What else? What else? Please spare me that.
put into operation, allowing religious services, youth camps, and recreational sports programs without occupancy restrictions. Reported 3 straight days of record-breaking COVID-19 hospitalizations.
What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? Hopefully I counted that as a lost decades ago. As soon as I was 5 years old, hacer esto no va para ningún lado. I don't want them in my life. People sometimes
Up 42% since Memorial Day. In Alabama, which began reopening in May, more than a quarter of the state's 23,000 cases came in the first 2 weeks of. In Arkansas, both hospitalizations and active cases.
You should practice celibacy in between seeing a person. They want to place me in an uncomfortable spot. Trying to say like she wasn't done having sex with you. And she had sex with her heaviness. When I was like all over her heaviness dick, I was all over her.
Cases occurring on June 12th. Republican Governor Asa Hutchinson insisted he would nevertheless press ahead with easing virus restrictions, saying, regardless of what we see in
what else? You can decapitate one of my relatives for raping me in 2017. You can decapitate me for having citizens that raped me, stolen my money, and got in the way of me receiving money so I get raped. You can decapitate Sarah Francis. They go on and think whatever Sarah thinks is they'll do to hurt me so that she continues
people's
to
lives
it.
and their livelihood.
Because they get
And just 8 days before the president's 19,000 capacity BOK Center blowout, health official.
What else? So anyways. I'm so bored. I want a black poster board and bright paint.
Oklahoma warned that the spike in cases in Tulsa itself have been linked to 2 recent indoor gatherings, and that people planning to attend such events should take health precautions. Somewhat strangely, Tulsa Health Department spokesperson Leanne Stephen.
What is this? My siblings want to tell me, para nada te lo separé, trying to not go to jail for raping them. Ew, they're so gross. Ew. They confessed to raping us. Ew, confessed to violar is even worse. Ew. Fool. What's my goal? I want more rings. I need an outfit for that ring that I bought for myself. I want like 3 rings to place them on that type of ring. So I need a Swiffer so I can clean my fan. And base lines. What else? So, once I'm financially stable, I plan to travel and plan to make people enjoy coming out to me. Anyways. I want to eat a Mexican sandwich in Puerto Rico en el plátano loco. I I may kill Leslie. Is it Munoz? Or Munoz? In self-defense. What else? What? What else? You can decapitate me, having expressed sons. Then rape me, steal my money, get in the way of your family, so I can drink water, so I can eat, so I can date, because I need to work twice as hard as those Puerto Rican girls to be able to date them. So I said no thank you decades ago. Ew. It's like you either try or you don't go on whining that I trafficked you. I understand that out of respect to me, you don't want to have sex with me after you were having a good time in Colombia. You just go on to live your life. They haven't done that yet. It's hilarious. Como se dejan violar la gente. They're so dumb. What else? What else? What else? What else? Anyways, a lot of people that I grew up around don't understand that. What else? I tried to send them back to Colombia, Venezuela, Spain, or wherever they were, possibly that same evening or the next day. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? And people laugh and people say when that crush from those people that they were having sex with in Colombia or Venezuela, or if they were making good choices. Estos pasaron porque los violaron. Stay allá then they'll pursue you. I'm like, I'm making sure that it never pursues me. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? So what? I just said to their dad that I miss him. Always picking the wrong one. Pero si me... Like out of all... I always pick el que dice like whatever, I'm down, pero that's not. What else? What else? What else? And then like si mi hermano se entera, and I'm like, yo, I don't like that shit tampoco. So all he needs to say is no, so he possibly felt raped by me. Because my parents initiated me having sex with him. And he possibly despises me. And he has two other brothers that are more than willing to have had sex with me. And I'm always smitten by all three. But I always get paired up with possibly a que no me quiere en su vida. So the last time that sex was brought up, he's like, anytime, Arlene. I'm like, really? Pero that may have been because they were all pretending they were after me. What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm so bored. Oh, then he took me to my own home, raped me there. Well, Sarah and Berlin were there. That was decades ago. Went to jail for it possibly that time. For abusing me. What What? Then 3 turned to 5. They're very handsome, I saw. At least what 4 of them. Last year, I could have Sunday Center, Camp, Travis Park Church, Travis Park. The library said I missed you, Tony. But he was wearing his toy soldier costume, so I was like, cried like in front of 3 of them. Yeah, just like, but it was because you don't want me in your life, so I understand that and I get over it very quickly. What else? What else? What else? I'm so bored. I'm so done that I got this apartment paid through the city. All one of them saw the paperwork 12 decades ago. I was like, well, are you gonna get an apartment through the city? Then Richie provides. That was decades ago. What are we doing when you turn 18? If only it were not some for me. While everyone else is just bouncing on their dicks. And they don't respect me. So I'm like nothing. I'm that girl that didn't show up to those orgies where people get raped. So they would go to my parents. Show up to my parents. What else? 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 Do they have food? She was in here at these orgies. Where's the fire? What else? So I'm all good. What else? If I had had feelings for them, I would be like, oh, hello, bitches. Mwah, mwah, mwah. All I have is anger toward them. Is it not that I was posting live from Corazon? They said they're fascinated by one of them. Like, does he like chocolate? Ate chocolate with one of them. What else? What else? What else? What else? More like whatever. Also, you lost me if you're trying to kill me. That is such a pleasure to see you, and you don't even know who I am, possibly. What else? What else? What else? What else? So bored. Anyways, ninguno me llevó a la playa, ninguno me llevó a Starbucks, ninguno me llevó a Harry Winston. How much money do they steal from people saying that I like Harry Winston and they never buy me Harry Winston? Fuck. What else? 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 So bored. Once I'm financially stable, I plan to travel the planet and become ideally polyamorous men. Their relatives that were possibly rooting for him to get laid with me gave them the chance. They're like, okay, well, earlier. It's not more than a few hours. Hopefully Starbucks gives her food so that you see que ella no va a correr a tu brazo. So that you see that she's gonna be like, ese pendejo que hosted my niece in my home pretending to be me. And so on. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? In that could be like very much committed to himself, very much rehabilitated. I wish it will. Just I wish that it stays away from me. What else? What else? What else? I didn't want to remember them. I don't want to talk about this. I want to be on a date right now by myself with Dating Kanoni or with someone that I'll meet through Tinder, Bumble. My apologies if we match. What else that's not intentional? If we have already matched, it has to be hilarious. What else? What else? What else? I'm so bored. So bored. I miss dating Miss Milani. I don't tolerate disrespect towards dating Kehlani and myself. They started me on purpose, so I can't date them. So I'm going with that. Not dating them. Not even acknowledging their presence. I don't even remember their names. What else? Their dad wants to prove it to those leeches that think that they own that dick lo violan, possibly still. That if he wants to see me and if I wanted to see him or he wanted to see me, he and I could meet somewhere without a leash being the middleman. Porque ellos lo tienen de DN todavía, possibly, que no lo dejan ni ir al baño tranquilo. What else? 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 So that's why they do their little appearance close time. Que estar el pelo, and then they could be, I say this once again, FYI, they could be trying to kill one of them. Que could be exhausted, se afeita, y se they're like, no, we all decided to let our hair grow. We all decided to let our beard grow. And one of them was crying of exhaustion, hunger, and I heard through the grapevine that were trying to kill him. So he couldn't have sex with me and or someone else. What else? 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 So the horror of finding them at Corazon Day Center with long hair. No, I'm not anyone's prisoner. I'm just poor. They don't get it either. Ew, they think that they're gonna get an Academy Award for this. What else? The Oscars are. What else? What else? What else? You can decapitate Richie Hill that most likely traffic me into poverty. What else? I'm so bored. What am I eating? Frosted bread with peanut butter. What else? Oh, they made me lose the condom that I had saved, but they did this to wait for the second forensic psychologist. Or they gonna this not to confess in text and they're gonna this marry me. What else? What else? What else? What else? Porque I was already at like $50 in my bank account in early 2020. A girl dating Kehlani. David Ledesma raped me, so I'm like, I'm gonna keep this condom. It has his fingerprints. What else? 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 I'm so bored. I'm so bored. What else? They're with incompatible people. And those people say that when they grow up, then he'll be able to have a relationship with me. They're so dumb. What else? What else? What else? I plan to travel the planet and meet people at the other hours. I wish I could. That is. Why is that? I won't buy it. I don't want to cook. And I don't want peanut butter on bread right now. What else? So, and I it needs to, like the opposite of a class, so they're seeking the death penalty for these people. So if they have something to comment that they've been raped or extorted money from, I identify myself as a witness personally and with the right time. The people that abuse me get laughed at, get the death penalty or jail, and I get money. Not particularly in that order. What else? What else? What else? That's what holds one back from creating a GoFundMe campaign first and sending it out. Possibly. It's like I have to explain why I'm poor. Sadly. What else? 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 I missed it. I missed it. I want to book a massage for myself next week and the JW Marriott. I wonder what I'll do on April 6th, 2025. I wonder what I'll do on August 1st, 2025. I wonder what I'll do on 19, 2025. I'm bored. What else? Wow, ninguno me ha durado. Sí. Ew. What else? 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 Or, anyways, I did have a lot of fun terrorizing those people that steal from me their dollars and stay in my homes without my permission, drive my vehicles without. What else? I'm getting the way we receive it. What else? What else? What else? It's like, oh, because I was about to quit Nordstrom, so I threw a fit in Sarah's bedroom after I slept over the night before. I'm like, do I kill you now, right here, or not? She was possibly laughing, knowing what I was going through. I'm like, I'm about to quit Nordstrom. So I'm like, I can't sustain this job. I don't have the money for the lifestyle. So I'm like, am I even gonna see her again? Do I want to keep her phone number or not? So I spent like an hour angry in her bedroom. Like, do I kill her now or not? What else? 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 Oh, and then her mother was in the home. I'm like, ¿cuál de las dos es más culpable? I went to the. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm like, do I kill them both or not? Right now. And I didn't. I'm like, what else did I have planned for myself? Rest. Also, a vacation. I lived in an apartment complex with a pool that I visited with Jane and Kenani. I had already seen 3 people embroidering while working at Nordstrom. Like, I need to take a break from working and stitch something ideally soon. What else? More. What else? And decapitating me on nature and self-defense. Anyways, that's hilarious. If Gina can understand things, that has happened to some kids that get separated from their mothers and people go on to invade their privacy, and then the kids are the ones that get in court all the time. Emotionally healthy to testify to. What else? So estos momentos I'm purposely missing a lot of it. I don't do cheese. I'm not taking this on. Who's getting rehabilitation? Who's getting killed? Who's going to jail for life? Who is just going to be a mockery out there for the rest of their lives? What else? What else? What else? What else? So bored. Anyways, that's next up. To lay down here. Sending my 2 people. I said I'm going to send it to at least 7 people today. What else? I'm shooting David Ledesma in self-defense someday. I already said that to her decades ago. It feels like 2017. Like, can I stay here in my own home with the kids? There's this guy that is a bouncer, and I think he's stalking me. And he's already been in my home. And I don't feel safe. But like, I had quit Nordstrom, so I'm like, fuck. Felt like a failure that I chose Hair Fiances there. Or Gabriela Heiser. And I didn't even know that those people would be there. Study patterns of abuse for people that one ends up at places that one needed interest in. I'm not even Latina, so they're just girls. One of them people call them Asco. That gives a lot of really interest in myself. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? He doesn't even like the vagina that he came out of, so he's possibly happy that he thinks that he's embarrassing her. Oh, that's why I don't talk to her. Much respect to her. I don't know their situation. They could have just been victims of abuse, or if abusive people rehabilitate themselves. Not my circus. I'm so bored. Anyways, I'm gonna support rights or otherwise celibate until I'm financially stable so I can date. What else? I need to visit HEB tomorrow. Get water, food. I'm excited. Hold on. All my food stamps we remember to call Monday. In the meantime, you can decapitate. Benjamin's lessons that I very slow that I can't take myself dancing. So I can't take myself out to dinner. So I can't provide for Jane and Kanani. So that Jane and Kanani can't visit me. So I can't visit Jane and Kanani or Jane and Kanani. What else? What else? If I'm homeless next month because I don't have any money, I'm just gonna hang out for her. It's so good. I need the services. So I'll just sit there with the guitars and without making any self defense. And I'm gonna be streaming live saying that I'd rather be a H&M shop for myself or taking myself out from a dating get on. I'm shooting Sonia Varela Chapman in self-defense Sunday. I'm shooting Miss Johnson in self-defense Sunday. What else? Parece que le gustó la ganadería, creo. What else? What else? I order pants soon. I'm very talented. No, es dinero para ella seguir bordando. Yo con ella, mira la llamada perdida que tengo de ella. Me llamo llorando y me dijo, mira me gusta bordar, no me gusta mi bordado. They're so gross. Ew, they're, what is it? Cake topper marriages. Ew. Que no se despega y lo que hace es violar, matar y robarle a la gente. What else does they talk about women? They're unattainable to them with teachers that rape them. What else? What else? I'm so bored. I'm so bored. I'm so bored. Once I'm financially stable. What else? What else? Oh, then I finished this. Almost like 20 minutes into finishing listening to this book, I think. So bored. You can give me money percent of choice. Or TurboFundMe.com. Once I'm financially stable, I plan to stitch large pieces of embroidery and sell them on my website. Anyways, are they crying that they may go to jail because they tried getting me into same con ellos? Oh, they on the week, ew, they possibly were like, well, she doesn't have money for food and doesn't even have water. Ella va a estar detrás de mí y entonces yo la voy a enamorar and I'm gonna do what she hasta que te mate. Possibly was their plan. Ew. That's why they steal from one. What else? Too much empty and middle education. That'd be awesome. About 5 years younger than me, trying to rape me, trying to have a baby with me, trying to get me to move into low income housing forever, to spend time together or for me to be with him. I was already a homeowner, but maybe if I was a homeowner, would I have qualified? Did I even try? If I was a homeowner with his brothers, does not disqualify me. I'm not allowed to have make a home for myself. I can't remember. But they say I was fleeing from domestic violence or untimely relationship. And that marriage is for possibly. Though not entirely for, that's just
15,000 seed.
which doesn't mean that it's for. What else? Oh, come on, say he. I went into 2020 knowing that based on how those that I could possibly end up in this situation alone without making money in a 1-bedroom apartment in Ampe and find that I'm a sex trafficking victim. He turned me decades ago. Well, I was already a sex trafficking victim. He would turn me into a sex slave, so I wouldn't know what that would be for refusing to have sex with him. So basically, I was already abusing. He keeps abusing me until he kills me. Yeah. I'm not ready. I don't attend funerals anyways. I don't attend funerals anyways. Those leeches that I grew up around trying to kill them. Trying to see me at their funeral como si yo fuera la viuda que nunca se come. They fantasize about it. They're like, si se muere, Arlene is gonna show up. Y yo voy a llegar allí, el carro que le robé a Arlene. For real, I don't mess with them. I'm not attending Gloria Lisa's funeral. Oh, qué vergüenza. I've even forgotten about that. ¿Qué es lo que estaba estar allí? Oh. What else? What else? What else? What else? They didn't take her on a date. Oh, okay, just but she could have been like the past 5 years. Yeah, the planeta con ella either way. Not my circus, not my monkeys. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? Financially stable. Not to throw off on any people ideally fully awesome. I'm excited about that. I miss Jada. Oh, if I attend Gloria Nursa's funeral, I would kill a lot of people in self-defense. Way in the back of my head how I would kill them. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? My dad may be saying that to me. This is my life. And my parents suggested that my siblings didn't have kids. I'm the only one that got to see approval. It was gonna turn out to be an amazing. Way before those two were born, my parents suggested to them, it's like, you lack experience, you lack maturity. You need to grow up first if you want children. They didn't listen. They bred 2 leeches. Stayed in my homes with these individuals pretending to be me. So, what else? What else? What else? I'm so bored. I miss this kid. What else? I sent 70 screenshots of people abused me, mostly people in my family of origin, their relatives, their neighbors, and colleagues, excuse me. What else? What else? What else? What else? So, I need to file my nails. Or cut them even. Oh, I haven't decided that because I'm slow. I don't have money for food or anything. And technically, almost no one sees that I haven't showered or washed my hair in a few days. What else? What else? What else? What else? Ew, you can take off your tape. Sunset Chadwick es una asquerosa. Ew, 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 ew. Ew, esa gente es una puerco, una asquerosidad. Ew, ew, ew. What else? 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 So hard. This is morning. Two people are watching one of the posts. You can the coffee table, these says that rape me, steal my money and get in the library, steal money so I can drink water, so I can eat, so that I can't laugh, so I can't date, so I can't read, so that I can't paint, so I can't design, so I can't take myself out dining, so I can take myself to dance, so I can take myself on a cruise, so that I get raped, so that Jenny can only don't talk to me ever. What else? What else? What else? What else? I don't know if it's a Jada can only go Jada can only that or such. What else? What else? What else? So that Jada can only don't live with me. What else? So two people are watching. What's my face? Christina, I can't remember. She had this call today. I can't remember her last name. What else? 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 These teachers are so dumb. They stole my money, so I couldn't date them. Asked my mother to date them, and Lorena is so dumb. And then let them terrorize her. She wants to kill me. You can't tell. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? No one must call. Then last call, they beat me up emotionally with the excuse that if I want to date them, that I need to work twice as hard as any other girl in Puerto Rico to date them. Well, guess what? I said I don't want to date you decades ago. Decades ago. I don't need to make twice the effort as anyone. That's a huge turn off for me. A person that asks someone to starve a person as a baby killer to me. A murderer, a thief, a rapist. I don't want to me ever. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm so bored. Sunday muy fun mi campaign. I'm deciding what I might. I don't want peanut butter on bread. Or another dough cheese. I've done that some days. Different cheese. Open face. Maybe that would be a good idea. Put chips or chocolate caramels. And then say over to HU tomorrow. The hands of Julia. Oh. You don't know. I tell people the truth. And they quit their dreams. Possibly very talented music, but I just have that attitude. Maybe you should correct your behavior. But I wasn't trying to hold him back from that. What else? What else did you buy with this one? Possibly talking to the wrong guy too. Can't tell it. What else? What else? What else? I'm so bored. I'm so bored. Anyways, I got out of the way completely so you could enjoy your next. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? And you possibly did. And I don't have to know about it. There's some people that are like, I'm in the exclusive club that knows everything about him. Ew, those leeches that rate them, they're so gross. I don't know cuando yo cago. Oh, that's why they've treated me this way. Porque I think it was their dad decades ago that laughed at them. They're like, you're trying to entice. Tú no sabes cuando yo cago to look into your life to try to hurt her. Me- What else? What else? Porque they go on like for real, no te lo voy a decir, pero fulanita sabe más de mí que tú. So he possibly went to Juilliard. Good for him. For real. For real. Then there's the people that they're like, that's how my siblings sound now. What else? What else? I'm so bored. You can decapitate my sons that rape me, stole my money, with no emergency money. That's an embarrassment. Oh. What else do you can do? No one of you. Que se creen que quedándose en mi casa. Tienes familia propia, gente que te quiera. What else? What else? What else? Anyways, if one of your relatives died of COVID and they now you have the house from the source or something. I went into 2020. I'm like, I'm not gonna hide from what's happening. I didn't cause the deaths. How many followers does 80 million? All these people know what numbers are, so it's so easy to talk to them, and they're either ignore one or they start calculating how many formal grants they're leaving. When the time to do so, they know math. What else? Potential. What else? What else? What else? They don't want me on social media. Oh, wow, gente tan estúpida. What else? What else there? What do they want? Ginny Zendaliris se tomó mi primer café por mí con él. Soy como manicomio. Así se refiere la gente a ellos. Es como un manicomio sin remedio. Ya Jennifer María Vázquez manejó mi vehículo sin mi permiso por mí. So I'm going to shoot Jennifer María Vázquez in the face one day for losing my virginity for me. I'm shooting Ginny Jandaliris Lorenzo Suarez one day for losing my virginity for me, for staying in my home without my permission, for drinking my coffee in my home without my permission. What else? Once I'm financially stable, I plan to travel the planet and meet people. Ideally polyamorous. What else? There's no such thing. The title of her. Such thing as first dibs on my vagina. For real. Didn't I scream on Facebook? Can't you just like let go It's as if my embroidery is my vagina. For real, right into starting 2020 and me not having money. I'm like, Deborah, Bailey, Adrian Acevedo. Qué asco esta gente behind the scenes, posiblemente peleando con Arnaldo Gron por mi vagina, fo. Mientras yo estoy volando. Mientras traes the area. Early to contact. Está mi amor sin mi permiso. What else? What else? What else? What else? Violando gente. No. Fall. Ew. Tú también no me usaste porque a mi ánimo está bien. They get attached behind the scenes. They're like, oh, ojalá esa pizza no se venda. Que cuando la vea le voy a dar un beso en la boca de lo lindo que me quedó esto. Sin dinero para agua y comida. Sin dinero para sostener myself, Jake. What else? You can shoot Deborah Bailey. You should shoot Acevedo. You can shoot Benjamin Suarez and his sons that raped me, stole my money, getting away my receive money. So that I can't live, so that Jaden Kilani can't live with me. So I can visit Jaden Kilani while Jaden Kilani are with their dad. What else, Gabriela? Nos enseñó ya fotos de ella en el comentario Arlene y tú no. Decades ago. Eso no seguro. Pero nene, if you want to stalk her, Corazon Day Center and be public. By over my dead body. Ni siquiera. Porque he may have paid the morgue to rape me. Oh my God, is more or cold. Oh. What else? I wish I was. But there was a homeless shelters in our hotel. Thanks to me, I'm still starving. That means that he's possibly paid the morgue to read me. What else? Well, el otro hermano averigua. ¿Cuál morgue para ganarse? Great as fuck. What else? I'm so bored. Should I still have to sell them one day for the menu and they have some sandwichitos that I've missed out on? Pause. What else? The family parties. In the past 20 years, I have chiquito que yo. Porque él se convirtió en sex slave for 72. Que my family fortune was like, We don't want Arlene to kill him. ¿Para que deje de ser tan puerco? What else? What else? I'm so bored. I'm so bored. I'm shooting. Taking this in self-defense Sunday. What else? Bored. Two people are watching. One has like this post. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? Bored. How many followers of these people have? What do I want to eat? What else? What else? My sibling warned me decades ago that this would be a lot of work for me to get on a program because she sleeps with everyone in the interphone. And goes on to shame them with pictures, and then she tells their wives, "No, who had sex with me for." It causes a divorce. Their kids do not speak to them ever again. So a lot of people are angry at my sibling, not at me, and don't know how to approach it with class. When it isn't their fault that they've been raped by my sibling. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? You can decapitate Arlene Lorenzo Acevedo, que es una cuero asquerosa, fo. You can decapitate Arlene Lorenzo Acevedo, que es una basura. You can decapitate Gilbert Lorenzo Acevedo, que da un asco. Fo, son tan puercos y puercas. Ew, they went on to stay in my home with these bitches. 4 decades ago, they stole my vehicles, they steal my money, they get in the way of me receiving money, dan un asco, ellos no saben que yo sé hablar. And they thought that I was gonna do the parade of hosts content. If they did that, they threatened me decades ago with a hate crime when I was 5 years old, and then like at 19. They didn't want to be on social media. I think, was that what that was? Porque, like I said, I was at the playground in kindergarten being like, swiping left on my feet. And I didn't come up with the idea of it, I think so, because other people were also playing that. So we had to learn that. Possibly much younger. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? So people were like, wow. Like it was that song. In people's eyes, I was like, this that knows how to behave out of all of this chaos. Wow, like this could be like the educator for those people that suffer due to this grossness. So basically, I became the spokesperson of like, seriously, guys, live like it's the last day of your life. Using what's out there and improving if you need to. Like, these leeches are not worth you living in fear. Or what else? So they may have been upset right there that they didn't want to be on social media. They're married and diffused, so. What they're married to? What else? What else? This is so slow. What else? What else? Two people are watching. Esta gente da un asco. Ew, I'm gonna shoot Evelyn Jesus in self-defense one day. I'm shooting Berenice Venegas in self-defense one day. I'm shooting Sarah right now. We'll see. We'll see in self-defense one day. I'm shooting Sarah Francis in self-defense one day. Who else? Who else? Who else? Who else? Who else? I'm shooting Sarah Francis in self-defense one day. I'm shooting Mariana Daza in self-defense one day. Now I know where to find her. Before, I didn't even remember this leech existed when she was a child. She was like, well, you're not with him because you may not know how to be a woman. What else? This is so slow. What else? So weird. I didn't even remember that happening. They possibly talk about it like it's happening every day. For they thought that I would be eating with this and be like, passing the water, maldita sea, Mariana. I was like, you don't know who she is, pero ya me quitó. Like, we don't know what the fuck she's talking about. Mariana Daza to me is Gabby's friend. What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm so bored. I'm so bored. There's no such thing as first dibs on my vagina. And I'm tagging the FBI in this post. NATO, the Department of Justice in the United States, the Department of Homeland Security in the United States, the Marines, the U.S. Army in the United States as well, the International Criminal Court. What else? 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 So bored. In the meantime, bored. This is so slow. Shall I eat? I'm ordering my groceries for my TV one. Anyways, our boss, the potential of 18 million followers. They know how to read, they know how to count too. That's why they don't comment on my posts. Doesn't mean that some of them don't read me. Oh, God. I don't follow any of these people. Then something makes me want to click on their profile. There's their name or the image that they have. What else? What else? What else? What else? Oh, I like seeing it, like their first post. And look at that. Yeah, like under my breath. Hear my thoughts sometimes. Or like, oh, that's a pretty car. And then I said no message. That doesn't say that's a pretty car. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I was reading the UN's Instagram account in 2017 and 05. It's just stress. What else? Oh, what else? This is so slow. I misstated and I misquoted. What else? My nerves are growing. What else? I stitched today. That's exciting. I'll keep stitching that piece tomorrow. La misma ignorada que I gave them in 2017 is la misma ignorada that I'm giving them now. They think that they're a pivotal part of my life, of my family, of Jade and Kehlani. And now even they aren't. They want to traffic me to having a conversation with them, trying to rape me, fall, or trying to sexually harass Jade and Kehlani. What else? So, I'm decapitating David Leslie self-defense Sunday. Jody Rosa Perez in self-defense Sunday. What else? 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 So bored. Once I'm financially stable, plan to travel with many people. Ideally for the Emerson. I'm excited about that. I need to tan. So bored. What else? This is so sorry, gosh. And the thought of that 5 years ago that raped me and wanted a baby with me after his brother supposedly raped him with him pretending to be me. I love living. So I don't know if you just want to. fucking getting raped. Are you serious? About having a baby with. So disturbing. Mostly everyone in my family watched it as a rapist, murderer, and thief. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? So I try hot chocolate with creamer. I wonder what they'll taste like. Maybe I'll just eat chips and drink water and sleep. Excited about that. I'm so talented. So talented. What else? Shooting Liam Baker's defense in there. What else? Wharton. I'm so bored. Oh, I respect everyone for being quiet, not commenting on my posts. Knowing that these leeches are trying to see if we didn't love you. They say besitos, Arlene, then they'll all be like, I don't think it's possible. Try to raise. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm so bored. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This is our work. So I guess this it's just like until I'm not frustrated. I understand. Not everyone gets money. Not everyone wants their username Pokimane on my GoFundMe campaign because then people Google that. I wonder how many people Google A or Blue Sky. I don't know what I used to donate on GoFundMe for that reason. Because sometimes people go on reading names and they're like, oh, that could be this one. Que le regaló dinero. And then these leeches that try to rape me. Knocking on you, obviously. Try to gauge like who is it that commented. Not him. I don't think my baby's daddy necessarily is that bored. These people. What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm possibly trying to see who gives me money when they've already like stolen so much money from people, saying that the money's for me, and they don't want to get caught. What else? What else? That poor guy, he got raped. What else? What else? What else? What else with them acting like it was me? They listen. They are so dumb. They want to listen. My relatives don't like me. And they act like dumb towards me to the point that they're trying to kill me. As if that's the rich way to treat a girl. My siblings and other relatives coerce them and say, no, 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 rich families, you abuse the girl. And they're like, oh, rich families. Then in law school, you can decapitate. I have my sons and sons that rape me, stealing my money, and get in the way of receiving money. They possibly wanted me dead before my birth. You can decapitate my siblings. You can decapitate Mother en Arlene Lorenzo. Una cuero asquerosa que quiere que sea yo. Ella es la única en enseñar fotos de su vagina a los hombres, a las mujeres. Tan un asco, gente. Ew, ew, ew. Thereafter, trying to find out your mom opinion instead of my basic needs being met. And how many babies did they kill that I could have had? Who was a basketball? For a river guy, I don't discount those when I start dating. What else? 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 I'm so bored. I'm so bored. Anyways, I need money so I can take myself on a cruise trip alone and with Jaden Kailani. What else? 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 Narcissist, misogyn. How the fuck? Like for real? Psychopath. What else is the other one? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I didn't add on MySpace. If I did. Was I drunk and I don't drink alcohol? Did I even talk to them? Oh. No. Ew. I want to throw up now. Ew. Ew, 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 ew. I don't think that I outed them, didn't I? I can't remember. I don't know, my God. Ew, I did. I want to throw up right now. Like the human trafficking victim that I am. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? Edgar no le des dinero para que no salga de los ojos. I was 18 years old. I met him when I was what? My first memory of him possibly I was like 3 years old and he was 8. I've never had sex with him. I don't ever want that in my life. You could kill by having Sarasar's sons that rape me, steal my money, get in the way of me receiving money, and that traffic reaches into my homes with them pretending to be me. What else? What else? Although I'm not worthy of the dates, I didn't have a grandmother, which is very much. What is it? I'm not asking for a date and just like don't talk towards me. Or like you're not virginal because you, or like I witnessed that even my dad had his penis in you and you want me to take you on a date. Blah, blah, blah. So that's incompatibility. I'm like, I only date people. You don't want to do that, then that's fine. They don't get to decide for me if I get to take myself on dates or not. Dollars do. For real. What else? How many times I've been to Starbucks with this? What else? What else? What? Toxic masculinity at its best. Full. What else? What else? Ew. Then I add them on MySpace and talk to them through it. Ew. I want to throw up. I have amnesia, so I might have to talk to them one day and the next day be like, remember. So I may have promised him my hand in marriage, and the next day be like, huh? What else? What else? What else? That's hilarious enough. It makes me want to throw up. I don't want them in my life. I don't want them in my life. They were stalking me there if I added them. What else? What else? What else? What else? That's hilarious about them. Oh, I had a so my first hit list of people that I'm gonna kill in self-defense, they were awesomely. Awesome. Who has my Maserati? My four BMWs that I had by the age of 19. Who drives them? The people who suck their dicks. Hell, they never got it back then, and it's now too late. That the weight is sexy, that I've been so abused, and they just keep using me as a punching bag. They're so disgusting. I don't ever want them in my life. You can decapitate me with citizens and sons. That rape me, steal my money, get in the way of me receiving money. Did I even say, nene, por qué no dejas de hablarme? ¿Por qué no te vas con Jennifer Vasquez? Through MySpace. Possibly. 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 They steal my money. They get in the way of me receiving money. They rape me. And then introduce me to the regretsful asshole. Que gente tan puerca. I may have made a mistake and by like, oh, que nene tan lindo, mira it. Possibly. That I remember. For a few seconds, I'm crying. I'm like, what? The bitches and I were friends on. How did he fuck that up? That's what I'm learning at the moment. What else? What else? Once I'm financially stable, I plan to travel the planet and meet people. Ideally, polyamorous men. They're everywhere. What else? I'm bored. I'm bored. I'm bored. I'm bored. Congratulations to Judy and the ladies on Suarez and Benjamin Suarez and his sons. Decades ago, Judy and the ladies does it better. Judy and the ladies has more money than you, and that's because they steal from me. Judy and the ladies had her own bedroom. Judy and the ladies was a sure thing orgasm. Judy and the ladies had her own wardrobe. Ginny Genders is older than your name. Ginny Genders, what? This leech was crying that I wouldn't give him a baby. Years after, it was like, Ginny Genders, why you get me on my dick? What else? What else? What else? What else? You can decapitate Ginny and the ladies on the honest. That's when I was Surah trying to rape Jane and Kilani before Jane and Kilani were even born. Wow. Yeah, cool esa tipa. You can decapitate Benjamin Suarez and his sons that raped me, stole my money, and get in the way of me receiving money. Someone. What else? Eating chips and or chocolate caramels. Drinking water. I'm excited. I need to visit HEB tomorrow and get water and food. In the meantime, I just want all the soy. Hago en mi cama, sin mi permiso, con la lacra esa de Liris Lorenzo Suárez, que viola y se cree experta en polyamory. Have you heard her? Ella roba, viola, se queda en la casa de una sin el permiso de una y se cree que es experta en polyamory. Y da un asco tratando de violarme con esa excusa de que ella me puede dar clase. In these leeches, they're like, maybe she could use some classes. Ew, I'm now upset that belleza and I were possibly friends on MySpace. Y sigue siendo una basura por dentro para mí. What else? What else? I won't be kidding myself though. What else? What else? What else? What else? You can give me money in person through PayPal or through my GoFundMe campaign once I'm financially stable. I plan to travel the planet and meet people, ideally polyamorous men. I don't allow disrespect towards myself, Tina and Keimani. These people are such a joke. They're not men. They can't just be pretty. What else? 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 Almost. What else? I'm bored. What else? Oh, well, I don't know that tomorrow. They identify. No one needs to do that for them. By the time that one exposes them, everyone already knows that they're leeches every single time. I don't want that near me. It was cute to look at on MySpace. If we were friends on MySpace decades ago, that was the shit. Eye candy. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? And that may not have happened. I can't remember. Oh, I'm bored. When I'm financially stable, I plan to travel the planet and meet people, ideally 20 hours. I'm excited about that. Men are so easy to breed. Sorry, senoritas. What else? What else? What else? What's going on?
You've done really fantastic work. His confidence was echoed by James Lynn.
My life. Anyways, my parents and my siblings.
Successes of its pre-COVID-19 presidency.
I would choose torture for the
For Donald Trump, at least, the pandemic was over. We had the greatest economy in the history of the world, he claimed. And that strength let us get through this horrible pandemic, largely through. I think we're doing really well. Of our country, almost 160 million people. We were never even close to that. So we had things that we were doing so well, and then it came in, but we're going to be back there. I think we're going to actually be back higher next year than ever before. It's sort of like when you go in for an operation. If a person is healthy, we were healthy. We had the greatest economy in the world. We went in for an operation. We closed our country.
You can decapitate whatever that
Now we closed it down. We saved possibly 2 million, 2.5 million. Tens of thousands. There's apparently not real cases of the virus at all, but simply a statistical byproduct.
I'm not an illegal prostitute. I don't need to have sex with someone just to get my money.
Of testing.
And one
Saying,
of them gave
by the
us
way,
sex
when you
with
do more
money.
testing, you have more cases.
He went
We have more
on
cases
to
than
get
anybody.
home with
We do more
this,
testing than anybody.
feeding me on,
It's pretty
making
simple.
me feel unsafe.
Over 2 million U.S.
To take
citizens
my own
have been
money.
diagnosed with COVID-19 since
I don't
January.
know how to be church boys. I wasn't thinking. Even hate stuff.
But now the president had
One
other
of them
things on his mind.
still hates long
100,000
sleeve
American
shirts.
dead was not a good look in an election year. And he very much wanted the crisis to be over so that he could get back to campaigning for a second term.
They hate me. They hate me. They just I remember one of them saying to the other.
Televised press briefings.
Did you notice how she looked at us?
And by June, the White House Coronavirus Task Force, headed by Vice President Mike Pence, was only meeting once or twice a week, with no public briefings at all. According to a
Oh,
report,
sin saber de qué iglesia iba posiblemente tomando human blood, like for real.
countless times, the task force had also scaled back their contact with state and local officials to 1 or 2 calls a week. Speaking to that paper, Dr. Jeffrey Copeland, a former director of the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, said, suddenly the screen
What else? I wish them well.
went blank.
There's no
They think that the risks are over. That's dead wrong.
So
Adding that the
like
Trump
the
administration
message that
had apparently decided politically it's better for them not to engage in this pandemic.
my life.
This apparent COVID fatigue in the White House was being mirrored by
And then until I'm finished, they want to start
some citizens across the United States, especially in areas that had until then avoided the worst of the outbreak. Public attitudes to the stay-at-home orders and social restrictions were beginning to fracture.
I
And
don't know
now
what they went
the
through
president
before I
figured
was born.
was the time to push
I was starting with the night box when I was talking to their half brother.
for the lockdown to end. In mid-April, Dr. Fauci informed, won't set the timeline. The virus does. But with unemployment soaring and the threat of recession destroying his strong economy election strategy,
I'm not school. I don't ever want that near me. I don't want to see it. It's very attractive.
the president needed to get people back into society, earning money, making money, spending money, if he was to stand a chance of winning in November. If that meant pretending that the war against COVID-19 was over and that the United States had beaten the disease.
And I'm still poor.
States. We may have some embers or some.
Just 6,000 people on WhatsApp. They know that we're trying to kill Arlene.
But we'll put them out. We'll stomp them out. We understand this now. We'll stomp them out, and we'll stomp them out very, very quickly. Then he added, with extraordinary disingenuousness,
What?
we've made every decision correctly.
I'm so bored.
President Trump's decision to pressure state governors to reopen their economies was also made with an eye on the support base. place since April. Most often and most loudly in Democratic-governed states. A common feature of these gatherings had been the large number of people present waving Trump 2020 flags and wearing Make America Great Again baseball caps. On April 20.
Oh, I'm self-centered.
27th, the BBC reported from one such demonstration in Washington state. Shutting down businesses. Organizer Tyler Miller told the network.
Who was Dr. Lee?
Adding that he was angered by what he called the un-American overreach of power by the Democrat governor. The state constitution says that the right of the people to peaceably assemble shall never be abridged. We believe that the emergency COVID-19 proclamation that the governor here ordered violate that. Those views were echoed by many Republican politicians. North Dakota Republican State Representative Rick Becker said, "The hysteria that surrounded the coronavirus from the beginning was disproportionate." There was an overreaction by state governments with regard to mandatory shutdowns, shelter in place, and so forth. You're taking the if it saves just one life argument. And I would say that if I would drive 20 miles per hour instead of 50 miles.
Notices 20. That gets reported to the police, doesn't it?
But our whole way of life in this country would collapse. We can't live life
Based
that
on
way.
that, a lot of
If the
these
president was
people
using war rhetoric to
have
describe a
already
nation,
been arrested for abusing me. What else? No one knows that I'm hungry and they need perfect. No one.
united in fighting the virus, the very measures used to actually do the fighting were themselves causing division. By June, COVID-19 restrictions had become a political issue. Governors, I don't know why they continue to lock down. The president.
They're like, did she not see herself in those pictures como un bebé al hombro? I was still thinking like I can take them all down and kill them.
Said in his June 5th speech. Because if you look at Georgia, if you look at Florida, if you look at South Carolina, if you look at so many different places that have opened up, I don't want to name all of them, but the ones that are most energetic about opening, they are doing tremendous business.
There's not a star. It makes me not be here that I have feelings for them. Because I never say that. So that we no, whatever. I don't do that. Go away. That quickly sometimes I heard. If they have like, oh no, ella quiere beber con alguien.
I think it's extremely important for you to remember that many of our states are closed or almost closed. Some of the big ones, New York, New Jersey, they'll start.
What else? I missed it.
They're starting now to get open, I hope. Georgia, Florida, South Carolina. The states the president praised for being energetic about opening were all Republican run. New York and New Jersey, described as closed, were Democrat.
I'm excited. I'm almost done listening to this.
In fact, every one of the governors who did not impose stay-at-home orders belonged to the president's party. The United States' response to the pandemic
I
has
asked
become
him to give
anything
me
but
my money
united.
through months.
It was nakedly, unashamedly partisan. Speak
What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm
Speaking to
so
the BBC,
bored.
Theda Skocpol, author and professor of government and sociology at Harvard University, said that many of the people and politicians protesting the continued lockdown were taking their cues from the president. I think most of the people who
I want to learn how to play the piano on a keyboard.
protests are just Donald Trump supporters, she said. Donald Trump is really not all that secretive about what he's thinking. He sort of says it. I think that there's a lot of evidence that he's worried that this terrible pandemic and his handling of the early stages combined with the economic impact could sink his presidency. You can't expect him, his party, and those who support him to sit back and take that lightly. So what is plan B or C? It is to go from blaming Obama, the Chinese, the WHO, to now blaming those who are leaving restrictions in place. Like Brazilian President Jair Bolsonaro, Donald Trump was trying to play both ends at once. The failing economy would be the fault of Democratic state governors imposing needless COVID-19 lockdowns, and the credit for the millions of lives saved by those same restrictions would naturally belong to him.
No,
With less than 5 months to the election, President Trump desperately needed to give his supporters the impression
No, they say that they have a
the virus had been
already.
beaten and that a return to their normal lives was imminent.
Oh my god,
What better way than with a rally? For months, Trump had been deprived of the one thing he loved the most about being president of the United States. Raucous evening on a podium in a MAGA cap, hearing thousands of his most fanatical supporters chant his slogans back at him. Instead, he had been forced to endure the boring technical side of governing during a crisis, dealing with scientists and medical experts whose work he did not understand, suffering endless meetings about PPE supplies and ventilator production, facing daily questions about the mounting numbers of the sick and dying. The day-to-day business of being president is intensely boring to a man like Trump.
What is there to
What he thrives on, what drives him and gives him energy, is the roar and adulation of a campaign crowd. President Trump's first rally since March 2nd was to take place on June 20th. The original date of June 19th was changed after it attracted criticism coinciding with the holiday commemorating the end of slavery in the U.S. at the 19,000-seat BOK Center Indoor Arena in Tulsa, Oklahoma, with further rallies scheduled to follow in Alabama, Arizona, Florida, and North Carolina.
Que toda la gente que yo llevaba a Target con
At his last but one rally on
my
February
work
28th in South Carolina, the president described the emerging COVID-19 threat as the Democrats' new hoax, and said that the virus starts in China, leads its way into various countries around the world.
Right. What else? What else? What else? Who was funding this for me today? Is there an app? Excuse me. Sorry.
Doesn't spread widely at all in the United States. 3.5 months later, With more than 100,000 Americans dead of the new hoax, he was to stage the first mass participation event indoors anywhere in the world since the start of.
Oh, how many people read me on Instagram that I don't know, or through Facebook, because some people do this and don't friend me.
Spring, cramming nearly 20,000 men and women together in a hot arena for hours in what could only be described as yet another biological bomb.
I just heard
The campaign team insisted the temperatures of attendees would be checked and that hand sanitizer and face
reaching over my pocketbook. Oh, why am I not in a hot arena with men? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? So bored. So bored. So hungry and I don't want any for food or water. I'm shooting Jennifer Woody Vasquez in self-defense when they straight in the face. You can decapitate.
masks would be offered to all. But the president's senior campaign advisor and daughter-in-law, Laura Trump, admitted that actually wearing the masks is not compulsory. Everybody has a choice. Nobody is being forced to sign to come up to the
leeches that they facilitated them raping me. Ew, I'm not their Barbie doll. They're so gross. They're so gross. Trying to facilitate people to rape me still. Laughing that Rivera was sexually harassing me to Facebook in 2020 when I could have been with Jada and Kehlani peacefully. On a or shopping at Old Navy. What else? What else? What else? What else? I don't know. Keep those leashes away from me. What is this? Again, one create one's account. Oh, sign in. What is the individual pages there? I need a so to turn.
this rally, she said. This is a record-setting response that we have gotten to this, and I think it speaks to the fact people are ready to get back to life. Naturally, Laura Trump was not prepared to put her money where her mouth was. In order to get a ticket, attendees...
Her mouth was... I don't want them like ever. I make it very much.
If they were to catch any virus as a result of attending.
No.
What he's doing in Tulsa is criminal endangerment. Dr. Jonathan Reiner, a cardiologist and professor of medicine at George Washington University, told CNN on June 16th. He's intentionally exposing people to the risk of acquiring a deadly virus just for a photo op. In Tulsa itself, public health officials expressed concern that holding such a rally at that time was wildly irresponsible. I wish we could postpone this to a time when the virus isn't as large a concern as it is today, said Tulsa City County Health Department Director Bruce Dart. I think it's an honor for Tulsa to have a sitting president want to come and visit our community.
It's the big. Ooh, what is from San Antonio? Doesn't speak
I'm
Spanish.
concerned about our ability to.
For real. That's why I stay here.
If you look at Florida, if you look at South Carolina, if you look at so many different places that have opened up, I don't want to name all of them, but the ones that are most energetic about opening, they are doing tremendous
What
business.
is it helping this?
And this is what these numbers are all about. And you have to remember one other thing very importantly. I think it's extremely important for you to remember that many of our states are closed for almost a year. Some of the people in New Jersey will start.
It's something like this. I was going through
They're starting now to get open.
But like he lives true to his heritage.
New York and New Jersey.
He's like, I'm Latino.
We're Democrat.
He's
Not impose stay-at-home
so
orders.
she said, oh, Latinos.
The United States
Latinos are
pandemic has become anything but united. It was nakedly, unashamedly partisan.
What the hell now? It's now 20.
Speaking to the BBC, Theda Dodgepole, author and professor of government and sociology at Harvard University, said that many of the people and politicians protesting the continued lockdown were taking their cues from the president. I think most of the people at the
My healthy this
protests
You
are just
can
not
take out the picture.
she said.
That's not in the way of me
It's really
receiving
not all
money.
that secretive about what he's thinking. He sort of says it. I think that there's a lot of evidence that he's worried that this terrible pandemic and his handling of
That's
the early
still from
stages.
me. Everyone stays in my homes without my permission. Oh,
combined with the economic
everyone
impact, could sink his
that
presidency.
drives my vehicles without my permission, without me having. Oh
It is the
no,
goal
that's
of
how they
President
rape
Obama,
people.
the
It's like
WHO,
if she has an infection right now. I heard about that decades ago.
to now blaming those who are leaving restrictions in place. Like Brazilian
That's
President
why my
Jair
mom's taking me
Bolsonaro,
out.
Donald Trump was trying to play both ends at once. The failing economy would be the fault of Democratic state governors
China
imposing
on a
needless
day.
COVID-19 law. Lockdowns. And the credit for the millions of lives
Waiting for me
saved
to
by those
take
same
my
restrictions
plane.
would naturally belong to him.
Yes.
With less than 5 months to the election,
So today you
President
be on
Trump
my
desperately
unhealthy
needed to give his supporters the impression
I may have had one prima
that the virus
that
has
if
been
I had talked to her, it would be, I need a picture of that so that they don't start vaping.
For months, Trump had been deprived of the one thing he loved the most about being president of the United States. Raucous evening
I don't trust any of them.
on a podium in a MAGA cap, hearing thousands of his most fanatical supporters chant his slogans back at him. Instead, he had been forced to endure the boring technical side of governing during a crisis, dealing with scientists and medical experts whose work he did not understand, suffering endless meetings about PPE supplies and ventilator production, facing daily questions about the mounting numbers of the sick and dying. The day-to-day business of being president is intensely boring to a man like Trump. thrives on, what drives him and gives him energy, is the roar and adulation of a campaign crowd. President Trump's first rally since March 2nd was to take place on June 20th. The original date of June 19th was changed after an
What happened on my birthday? That's so funny.
work he did not understand, some beaten, and that a return to their normal lives was imminent. What better way than with a rally? For months, Trump had been deprived of being President of the United States. Raucous evenings on a podium in a MAGA cap, hearing thousands of his most fanatical supporters chant his slogans back at him. Instead, he had been forced to endure the boring technical side of governing during a crisis, dealing with scientists and medical experts whose work he did not understand, suffering endless meetings about PPE supplies and ventilator production, facing daily questions about the mounting numbers of the sick and dying. The day-to-day business of being president is intensely boring to a man like Trump. What he thrives on, what drives him and gives him energy, is the roar and adulation of a campaign crowd. President Trump's first celebrating the end of slavery in the U.S. at the Center Indoor Arena in Tulsa, Oklahoma, with further rallies in Arizona, Florida, and North Carolina. At his last but one rally on February 28th in South Carolina, the president had described the emerging COVID-19 threat as the Democrats' new hoax and said that the virus starts in China, leads its way into various countries around the world.
For real, I have to come back tonight so that these leeches
Doesn't spread widely.
learn their birthday.
3.5 months later.
Juneteenth, if we get our own day.
Cramming nearly 20,000 men and women together in a hot arena for hours, in what could only be described as yet another
You're not
biological
gonna
bomb.
object to that.
The campaign team insisted that temperatures of attendees would be checked and that hand sanitizer masks would be offered to all. But the president's senior campaign advisor and daughter-in-law, Laura Trump, admitted that actually wearing a mask would not be compulsory.
I already
Everyone has a
raised.
choice. Nobody was being
Yeah, right now.
this rally, she said. This is a record-setting response that we have gotten to this, and I think it speaks to the fact people are ready to get back to life. Naturally,
Okay.
Laura Trump was not prepared to put her money where her mouth was. In order to get a ticket, attendees
So ready to get back with life. I hyped and I'm funny with them.
had to sign a waiver pledging not to sue the Trump campaign if they were to catch any virus as a result of attending. What he's doing in Tulsa is criminal endangerment. Dr. Jonathan Rucker, a cardiologist and professor of medicine at George Washington University.
He wants to show me yours.
Told CNN on June 16th. He's intentionally exposing people to the risk of acquiring a deadly virus just for a pop. In Tulsa itself, public health officials expressed concern that holding such a rally at that time was wildly
Toda
irresponsible.
vida.
I wish we could postpone this to a time when the
6
virus
horas
isn't
más
as
tarde
concerned
de leer el libro y no. That's all they're after for, and then they'll report to other people signing.
But not during a pandemic. I'm concerned about our ability to protect anyone who attends a large indoor event. And I'm also concerned about our COVID-19 cases had actually risen in Oklahoma.
I watch MTV and education. Oh.
During early June, with a new high in
They
daily
possibly
increases
won't have a giant picture.
recorded on June 13th.
And the people that ready for me. My siblings possibly have
Going to
them.
let that get in the way.
I would kill
Getting this election
myself
campaign back on track.
just of how disgusting my siblings are if they found my pussy pictures. By invading my privacy.
Oklahoma has done very well. I just spoke to the governor. He's very excited about it. I told reporters on June 15th, as cases in the state continue to increase. They've done really fantastic work. His confidence was echoed by James Langford, a Republican senator from Oklahoma, who insisted the spike in cases was merely a little bit of a bump. The American president was done with the virus. The problem was that the virus was not done with. America. The man who had proclaimed throughout January and February that we have it totally under control, that it looks like by April it miraculously goes away, that one day it's like a miracle, it will disappear, and that as far as what we're doing,
Actually, she said this or is better, but all she
with the new virus, I think that we're doing a great job.
fucked my life.
And then watched impotently as over 2 million of his citizens became infected, had apparently not learned from his own sorry history, and so seemed doomed to repeat it. Even as the president
I just wanted to take pictures and send them with a letter.
planned a wave of mass rallies, new cases of the virus began climbing again. In the weeks leading up to the Tulsa rally, according to tracking data from the Associated Press, over 20 states across the country saw
No, and I do meditation in my process. At least in that
increases in
bedroom that
COVID-19
I
infections.
slept with my siblings.
As well as Oklahoma, greater numbers of people were falling ill in Texas, Florida, Kentucky, Georgia, Louisiana, North Carolina, Arizona, Tennessee, Alabama,
They
South
say
Carolina,
that
Missouri,
does
Utah.
meditation. Your bedroom, not sex.
Arkansas, Nevada, Oregon, Idaho, percent in
My
Arizona,
siblings in
and more
my
than
bedroom
180%
when I
in
wasn't
Kentucky.
there.
Texas,
You want to steal my money? They asked my mother to kill me. Then my sibling
Operation Stage 3 of its reopening plan,
oh,
allowing
the
religious
quarter
services,
list when
youth
she's
camps,
up there in
and
the
recreational sports programs without occupancy
Where's the bullet?
restrictions, reported 3 straight days of record-breaking COVID-19 hospitalizations.
just with bullets, no me mataron, tía.
Up 42% since Memorial Day. In Alabama, which began reopening in May,
They're almost on top of me.
came in the first 2
They're having that is ew.
both hospitalizations and active cases
Ew. Ew, que se tan puerca.
had doubled since May 12th,
Ew.
with its largest one-day increase in new cases occurring on June 12th. Republican Governor Asa Hutchinson insisted he would nevertheless press ahead with easing virus restrictions, regardless of what we see in
It's so good. Alright,
next week. We made the right decision to go ahead and lift some of these restrictions,
I'm
so we don't cause more damage to people's lives and their livelihood. And just 8 days before the president's 19,000 capacity BOK center blowout, health officials
I knew it! It's one of the things I got to my healthy discharge. Well, you finish your college degree. So you were gonna finish anyways.
Oklahoma, warned
Well,
that
contemplate
the itself
when is the right moment to get
recent indoor gatherings, and that people planning to attend such events should take health precautions.
¿Qué más
Tulsa
falta?
Health Department spokesperson
Oh,
Leanne
I'm not sure a piece of my ass porque one of them ya me comió el culo. Literalmente. That would be interesting to find out if that heals properly or not. It has no rights to it. What?
insisted the warning was unrelated to Trump's rally. Once again,
What?
the science was clear. In states across the U.S. that heeded the president's call to lift restrictions, relax social distancing rules, and
Who was Dr. Lee?
economy. COVID-19 was back, moving through communities, infecting greater numbers of people, and causing more hospitalizations. The virus was not going to magically disappear just because President Trump
Nada feria like followers too much. I don't remember what was the conversation. No, it was in my bedroom. I was threatened I'm gonna get killed. I just don't know when.
of June. Virus modeling from the Institute for Health Metrics and Evaluation at the University of Washington, whose previous models were often cited by the White House early in the pandemic, and which was featured on the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention website, predicted 100.
While you're out there planning your stupid hate crimes. What else? What else? What else? When I was in Utah. Ellos violan, insultan, and then they're like, aquí llegó tu favorite duo. Wanna have sex? And then, por Dios. No. When I started that healthy discharge, creo que mientras estuve bordando, mientras escuché una canción, leí un libro, miré hacia la ventana, me comí un chocolate, fregué con dishwashing liquid, not soap. I squeezed the bottle very freely too. You just show up with a, might as well be showing up with a plastic and say you want this.
U.S. deaths from COVID-19 by October 1st. On June 15th, they revised that number upward.
3 people are watching. One is
At
like
least
this.
201,000 will be killed by the end of September, and possibly as many as 2.
They practice. In 2003, a girl started. During my first year of me being married. It wasn't. Anyways, just.
Genealogist at the Institute said that the spikes would come in areas that had largely escaped a heavy death toll to that point, laying the blame firmly on the easing of restrictions and an
my
attitude.
stove wasn't dirty. I let just like Kitty Hawk. My stove. Oh, no one on Facebook has seen my stove. These people are so disgusting, invading my privacy, gaslighting people, wanting to see my stove. Ew. So people on Facebook didn't eat anything, or didn't fuck my stove, or didn't stitch. Or didn't read. Yo, David Ledesma, yo todavía nunca he leído un libro ever. I'm keeping it that way. They want to treat them like, they want to treat one like they're one is less than, and they're like the
Encouraged by
man
the
in
White
charge.
House that the virus was
Ay, me porté bien hoy, papi.
increased mobility,
Ay,
the
mira.
relaxation of social distancing led to more infections.
Yo no
We see it
tengo.
in Florida, Arizona.
He is a
and
parole
other states.
officer. He was to do that to one. What else? My lip is swollen or bit it or the salt. That is dirty. What? No, it's another stuff. Not even the trash can. I love that's the human trash can. Did they steal it from me? I got the black one, not the stainless steel one. I thought it looked better. Exactly. I don't know, raise them. What else? That's the dirty stuff. Anyways, my stove hasn't ever looked like that.
Starts at the end of
They
August,
say
early
that in
September.
Chinese. I had heard
But once
that.
again, the president didn't seem to care for the science.
They think that people are having tertulia with them. Stop abusing people, or you're getting the death penalty. They don't get it. How serious I am about eliminating the death penalty too. What else? What else? so bored. I owe money. What is this? What else? I don't have the energy to be applying for so much shit. These leeches asked my mother to starve me. Dick is like, go steal my money. Y yo me la paso run around a ver quién legalmente me paga my bills. I'm about to get evicted. Headed to Corazon de Center, possibly Haven for Hope again. While I post live tagging the FBI every day until people give me money.
They just don't want to deal with the reality of it. They're in denial.
These people are so
They're familiar
gross.
with the work of the White House's
These are my
coronavirus task
husbands.
force told CNN. When confronted with the inconvenient truths,
Ew,
President Trump reverted to his
ew,
old
ew,
tactics
ew.
of obfuscate.
What else? Anyways, de lo que me libré, gente, de lo que me libré. But guys, that's one of them that's seeking the death penalty for him. So he's like, well, do you want Dr. Lee to die? Like Dr. Who? So are they upset that there's no choice? Oh, but
When
I
all else
speak
failed,
up in
bare
school
baseline.
the next day.
Even
And I'm like, they're gonna kill Dr. Lee supposedly. These leeches fake accounts. O sea, mira, Lee se la pasa diciéndole a Dr. Lee que tú lo vas a matar. ¿Cuántos capítulos de telenovela yo tengo que completar antes de que el FBI le Ya yo voy por healthy discharge y no le hablo nunca. I've heard about that. I don't know
rather
what
than being
that
linked in any way.
other than
States
healthy
relaxing
discharge
precautions against the disease.
means.
If we
Pero
stop
if you
taking
go
it
around
now,
raping
we'd have
people,
every new case.
lying about my
The
medical
president's duplicity was
history,
backed up all the way by
and
Vice
saying que
President.
mi vagina está llena de pelo gris cuando no lo está. Das como la gente los desmiente y comienza a confiar en mí otra vez. People say, I'm just being patient. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? Ellos no saben quedarse callados nunca.
Enlightenments. On the same day that the Institute for Health Metrics and Evaluation published their damning model, and 2 days after Oklahoma reported a record high in new daily infections, Pence said untruthfully that the state had flattened the
A él se le llama poca confianza suaves y no hay prostituta legal que se What else?
the curve of infections, and that the virus was retreating
Aunque
farther and farther
no
in the
quiera que
past.
el pene se le
The
parezca.
following day, the vice president authored an op-ed in the Wall Street Journal headline, "There is a coronavirus second wave."
What else? 9 years younger than me is like, I'm just testifying court against all of you all. Saying like she knows what sex is. She just talked about erection. For 12 years, I've been going on laughing at her. Isn't that how doesn't even know what an
The
erection
media
is?
has tried to scare the American people
And no
every
one
step
gets
of the
their
way,
money
and these grim predictions of a second wave are no different. He added, "Thanks to the leadership of President Trump and
The
the current
parole officer said there's a family member. I can't be lying about her. Porque then people think that she doesn't need money or that I'm a
It's the
joke.
compassion of the American people. Our public health system is far stronger than it was 4 months ago, and we are winning the fight against the invisible enemy. Pence's article ended with extraordinary
Tu corazón es... And I wasn't down. What else? What else?
success. And in a breathtaking example of narcissism and insensitivity, even for the Trump regime, there was 2.2 million infections and 119,000 American deaths at that time. It was a call.
What else? I'm so bored. I purposely missed el te I look like when I was 3.
At the very beginning of the pandemic, it had been
Those
President Trump's arrogance,
leeches
blasé attitude,
trying to rape one. When I say, enséñame la vagina mía antes de dársela a él. Ew. Guys, he puts his penis in. They basically took me to the orgy without me being there. That's not what I'm They know what they're
the first
doing.
case had been discovered in
I
Wuhan,
didn't attend
and
the
4 months
orgy.
of U.S. death from the disease.
And then they
More
raped
Americans
me
have
in
been
my
killed by the virus
bedroom
than died fighting in
and
World War
told me, Jose, fuck, so that I feel what they feel about me when I was 1. So it's mutual that we're incompatible. Porque they're possibly like, what the fuck is al primer año fulano le estaba metiendo
that if the
dedos.
president's own policies on ending lockdown were to be pursued, that
Ella
figure
a
is more
los 3
than doubled by
años,
the autumn.
mi papá le metió el
Donald Trump's
pene.
inability to respond to the emerging threat of COVID-19
For real. I
continued
get protection. It's quickly though. What else? What else? What else?
accept responsibility for those failures, trying to shift the blame onto the Chinese, the WHO, even the Democrat. 4 of all COVID-19 deaths in the world was Donald Trump, 45th president of the United States. He would see America burn if he could be king.
What else? Snooze. That's this thing. You can decapitate. And get another weird thing ready so I can take water, so I can't read, so I can't provide for Jaden. So that Jaden Kimani can't live with me. So that I can't visit Jaden Kimani while Jaden Kimani are there.
The ashes. Epilogue. The reality is that the virus is with us. The reality is that the first wave only hit a small number of places. Now it's coming to every other place. It's coming to a county or a city or a state near you. Dr. Ashish Jha, Director of Harvard's Global Health Institute, June 16th, 2020.
Oh, look at that memorable day for me. I missed you this morning. You can decapitate everyone. That got in the way when you're saying money on June 16th.
We have something that turned out to be my worst nightmare,
Frozen
and
days.
it isn't over yet.
I'm shooting
Dr.
the
Anthony Fauci,
himself the
June 9th,
Sunday.
2020.
It's like the
It began in China.
Oh,
It began with a single person.
what else? You can decapitate everyone that stole from you, got in the way when you're saying money. 116.
6 months later, it had changed the world. Over 8 million men, women, and children had become infected by the new strain of SARS coronavirus, first identified by Dr. Li Wenliang and Dr. Ai Fen at Wuhan Central.
I want to visit Jada and Kimoni in Tampa next week. I want to shop at International Croissant-based food. I want to eat a burrito. I want to eat a Daily Eats. I want to eat a green lemon. I want to stay with Jada and Kimoni at Picaria Hotel. I want to shop at Hyper Village.
Hospital. Nearly 500,000 of them had died. The first half of 2020 represented the greatest crisis faced by humanity since the end of World War II. The fear was that it was also only the beginning.
To shop with Jada and Kimoni at the outlets in West Chapel. I want to shop with Jada and Kimoni at the outlets at Warehouse. I make the outlets at Warehouse and the shops are with the other way around.
Every continent on the planet except Antarctica had been affected. Schools, workplaces, and businesses had been closed. Whole nations had been shut down. Economies had collapsed. Industries had gone to the wall. New ways of living.
What else? All of this. These leeches killed more.
Working and interacting had been adopted. Unimaginable grief had been endured. Unexpected hardship suffered. Medical experts feared the effects of COVID-19 would resonate long after a vaccine was found for the virus. In a mental pandemic, akin to a kind risen to the challenge heroically, fighting on the front line with little or no protection against the virus. Others had simply adapted to the new normal.
What else?
Trying to get through the days as best they could. All looked to their leaders to see them safely through. A few of those leaders stepped up to the plum. Many others were found wanting. A few disgraced.
I don't allow disrespect towards myself, dating.
Bolsonaro, Prime Minister Johnson, and President Trump had repeatedly shown throughout the first wave of the crisis that, above all else, above even the lives of the citizens they had sworn to protect, their number one priority was always to look after their own interests, no matter the cost. They must be called to account for their actions. We must not allow them to get away with it.
To kill herself today. I want Madre to kill herself today. I want Jennifer Vasquez.
As we write, in late June 2020, the UK and the US are emerging from lockdown. Even as thousands of new cases are recorded each day, it remains to be seen how soon and how serious the predicted second wave of infections will be.
I want Gustavo Cáceres to kill himself today. I want Lucy Rivera to kill himself today. I want Jennifer to kill herself today.
but that there will be a second wave seems inevitable. Scientists are working flat out on potential vaccine trials, but with the earliest expected date for any vaccine predicted no sooner than early 2021, there's still a long road ahead.
You can give me money in person.
We may not even be halfway through this thing yet. On June 15th, it was revealed that authorities in China had once again locked down 90,000 residents and closed schools and businesses in Beijing after the discovery of 79 new cases of COVID-19 in the southern Fengtai district. The city had previously gone 55 days, during which the only new infections were citizens returning from other countries. Without a single new case, reported 2 new infections, both women who had recently arrived from Britain. COVID-19 has not gone away. We must remain vigilant. Meanwhile, society is fracturing. In cities around the world, millions have come together to protest under the Black Lives Matter banner. The White House has a wall erected around it, manned by armed guards, with reports of the president hiding in a bunker. In the UK, statues of Britain's former colonial figures heads are being literally toppled and thrown into the sea. The old order is changing. Nobody knows what the new normal will be, or whether President Xi, President Bolsonaro, Prime Minister Johnson, and President Trump will be a part of it.
If you have immunity to this, I don't want these leeches. I don't want these leeches ever near me. What else? What else? What else? Is this tomorrow? Yeah, I finished reading this book. The same time. What else? So, what else? Tomorrow, maybe I'll finish reading, listening to promises for the people. Most people that I grew up back, there's like hundreds of them. Or several. Friends to Kelly when I was in kindergarten. Okay, oh. I never think of all them. I don't even remember all their names. That's hilarious. And they're always talking about me. What else? What else? They keep covering up shit with more shit, possibly. It's like, are we going to arrest if she shows up wearing the wrong kind of shoes to an event? Because we still. What else? What else? What else? What else? Can't dar puerca. In the meantime, I may get evicted next month. I'm shooting Berlin Jean and I'm decapitating Amy Akerson in self-defense one day. I'm shooting Carolina Chavez in self-defense one day. I'm shooting Sarah Francis in self-defense one day. Shooting Divina Nalini Sorensen Suarez in self-defense one day. What else? What else? What else? I missed Jaden. I missed Kimoni. Didn't give up Jaden. I didn't give up Kimoni. I'm poor because I'm a victim of a hate crime towards me. And I'm also also a victim of rape, domestic violence, abuse, sexual harassment, genocide. My parents are so dumb and weak that they keep me poor. So I die so that they don't have to hear anymore talking about hate crime towards me. For real. L. What else? I'm so bored. It's March 6th. You can decapitate everyone that's gotten the way we receive in a court next month after I get an eviction notice. Federal money. And my siblings are scared that if they kill me, 911 will answer my phone call when I say that my siblings killed. These people are so dumb because I don't let them. Ew. 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 So bored. Bored. I hate being bored. This. I don't have money for food. I have no. How are they like in shock? What do you mean she has subscribers but she's never sucked my dick? Still that girl's ew. Is they gonna get the entire world revolves around you and then get shocked when it doesn't? Ew. What else? 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 In the meantime, I want to go to San Antonio. That I'll find comfortable when I made one of Spanish. What? What? What else? What else? I'm so bored. I'm so bored. I wonder what the thing. I want to book a massage for myself next week. Mm. I want to black posterboard and paint, and then gift artwork to someone. What else? What else? Oh, I had a great up here on my couch. That these pages. Wow, like public. Are about to steal all over again. Ew. And now they think that even for hope I'm gonna get a secretary job that I won't ever apply to. So I guess I'm a fun. Always that why Berlin didn't want to hire me. Even though I'm qualified because I'm gonna kill her. I'm gonna, if I head back to Haven for Hope, because I don't receive any money, I'm gonna apply to work at CAP again. There's box cutters there that I can cut Berlin jean self-defense with. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm so bored. So what? Anyways, I want my 4 BMWs that I had by 1999. So because those can't be recuperated, brand new 4B, I want all the people that drove my BMWs without my permission to kill themselves today or tomorrow or the next. I'll give them time. If not, eventually police is gonna catch up to them. And yo me sigo viendo todos los días online. Todos los días. There's a reason why my mother calls me Mastejo. I said that in 2020. I need money being my mother. They thought that I'm scared of them and I'm gonna go away. I'm the creepy one that added them on Facebook as the oh, there's a reason why one of my students always like, don't add my picture on your face. And I never listened to her so that people memorize her face and kill her. One day, self-defense for me. That was decades ago. What else? What else? I'm so bored. I miss Data, I miss Leilani. I miss Data, I miss Leilani. Anyways, I miss my couch. And I'm so excited.
Despacito, I just wanna hear you screaming diamondito. You can say forever, serenito, despacito. Despacito, screaming diamondito. You can say forever, serenito. Oh, girl, I'm serenito.
Oh, this is not how we do it. I miss this kid. I miss this kid. I miss my IKEA furniture too. I don't fight over material things. I don't fight over things. I don't allow disrespect towards my children. You can decapitate Benjamin's fathers and sons that get in the way of me receiving money. They don't even like the womb that they came out of, so they try to hurt mine and my children's mental health. They're so gross. I don't ever want them near me. For yeah. What else? I've sent 70 screenshots of how mostly everyone in my family of origin, their relatives and neighbors abuse me. What else? What else? To the International Criminal Court. So, I was never stressed about losing my Facebook account or the screenshots that I've sent to myself through email. But now this is one less activity that I have to do. And I imagine possibly someone from the FBI or la Policía en Puerto Rico or in San Antonio had already sent it to the International Criminal Court, so I don't have to stress about that. What else? These people are so disgusting, trying to rape me. Ew. So I'm excited. What shall I get? HEB tomorrow. Possibly more mozzarella cheese. Plantains. What else? Oh, are they one they comment on the post with a picture of them wiping their asses with my embroidery and screenshots of how Diana Acevedo laughed about it. Behind the scenes, possibly. That's why they don't want to start a conversation too. Because they're like, well, that post still exists in a few years. You know, he might end up confessing to stealing from her and how I laughed at her. What else? I have a stitch full of pieces of embroidery again. What else? And so my Arlene Lorenzo. These bitches no cooperan con una because they're trying to rape one. So to them, when they say malagradecida, dan ganas de throw up because they're basically offering themselves onto one trying to rape one. They're so gross. Ew, 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 ew. What else? What else? What else? I haven't spoken to this bitch in more than 4 years. What else? What else? And decapitate Diana Acevedo for bullying me through Facebook in 2020. Yeah, saying that I'm not school, she's trying to kill me since I was little, so I can't date. Because I'm very much Sundays. So I have better odds wasn't her. Find someone. She was already. She was already married to someone and had kids with him. What's right? To kill me so I can't date and find someone better than her. Fool. Ew. Ew. Don't let's go. I haven't talked to anyone in my family or when so what possibly. Anyways, the FBI understands that language. Am I my own prosecutor? In court and someone just holds the phone. For me, that ought to be right. What else? I'm so. I purposely miss people in my family of origin commenting about Kehlani singing Despacito on Musically. I posted that video publicly on Facebook. They can comment there if they wish to. They only comment on like their bad thoughts. Towards one full that was so disturbing. I'm like, ew, they're still in illegal. Does the FBI laugh and say, honey, we're not arrested? Why are you exposed? Oh, you're hungry. You need money. Now that's it. What else? What else? What else? I'm so bored. Oh, I'm celebrating my apartment is cleanish. And that I stitched them up in the past few days. I'm stressed. I don't pay any money to pay my electricity bill or my fees, my water, sewage fees. For my apartment, in the meantime, those leeches that I grew up around, they're sex addicts, so they're just leeching. How many times one flushed the toilet? Ew, I wouldn't be surprised if they have cameras in my toilet trying to get a view of my vagina. Ew, that gross they are. Ew. Ew, ew, ew. They're so embarrassing. Mostly everyone that I grew up around. What else? Investing money. You can give me money. In person, I do yoga on my bed. Most days. You can give me money through PayPal. It's AR Blue Sky Designs Co. And look at the sun goes straight to my heart. Arlene Lorenzo Art Shop INTAYIAFAYI Entire Shop. My GoFundMe campaign is gofundme.com/f/Arlene-Lorenzo-Festival. Y then the competition names of the substance is Andrew, Alex, Albert that rate me so my money again. No, I'm receiving money so I can't drink water, so I can't eat, so I can take myself out to dance, so I can take myself out to eat, so I can't visit the library, so I can't go on a cruise, so that I can't shop, so that Jenny Kiloni can't be with me, so I can't visit Jenny Kiloni while Jenny Kiloni are with her dad, so that people think that they're better than anyone. Yeah, possibly they're trying to seek fame through me. Yeah, what phone? Someone. I'm just gonna take a few minutes to rest and silence in my video. Just tired and bored. I haven't on purpose spoken to anyone in my family or origin in more than 4 years. Excited about that. What else? More. I haven't had sex since 2016. Wow. What else? Also, it's been the month of September. What else? Or August, I think it was August. What else? It was raped by Michael Norman and Jorge in 2016 fall. You can decapitate Jorge possibly share my pictures of my vagina with people trying to get me to kill myself if I talk to him behind the scenes. What else? He can decapitate Michael Norman. Very unlikely that was a coincidence. That he was at the press box while I was there. What else? You can give me money in person through PayPal. It's a blue sky, it's kind of science phone, it's been so straight to my heart. Arlene Lorenzo Art Shop, INTAYIAFAY, entire shop. My GoFundMe campaign is beautifully written. I'm so thorough. It's gofundme.com/f/Arlene-Lorenzo-. It's slow, however, very promising. Mostly everyone in my family are origins, their relatives, their neighbors, and colleagues are each as they take from me, they don't give. I'm very wealthy. And those people that I grew up around won't punish me for me not letting them rape me. So they want to try to force me to get a job where I'm uncomfortable flipping burgers at McDonald's. There's so girls I'm not even Latino. Ew, they violate rights like it's nothing. Ew. All those people that I grew up around for the most part are so gross. Ew, they violate rights as if it's nothing. Ew, yo no sé cómo ellos dan la cara en la iglesia, people say. Oh, those leeches. Ew, spill it all out from your Don't do that part. Oh, carajo, I'm gonna remember sexy. By speaking to those leeches privately and say, I'll do it in my life. What else? What else? Some people enjoy saying that. Not me, but it's been great. So I'm right on track to receiving money hopefully today, and hopefully having already exposed the people that abuse me. That's a win for a lot of people. And or getting the death penalty for a lot of people that abuse me. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? Some more. I want to hike tomorrow and I don't have outfits to do that. So upset. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? Someone. You can give me money in person through PayPal. It's air, blue sky, the same school, and look at sleep and sun, straight to my heart. Arlene Lorenzo art shop, I N T U my only left big woman's art shop. My girlfriend is the phone that comes, just sunshine. Sunshine, so much is it. Congratulations to you and the latest and Mega Man Sonnets on their arranged marriage. It's no political. Ew, those people, ew, including her, ew, trying to traumatize me. They think that they can get in one's head. It's so gross. They try to traumatize me with pictures and videos of themselves having sex and thousands of money that they steal from me in my home without my permission. Una gente tan puerca saying, "Chica, that it is wrong." Porque yo soy mamá. Ew. So I was already being abused by my siblings and my parents. And those leeches that I was in love with, that I'm in love with because I saw them last year. Like, qué lindo. Ew, went on to destroy me emotionally, financially, decades ago. Mostly financially. And that caused my emotional inability to get close to people. What else? 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 Even the poverty legendary business societies. Even the poverty we have in stars and systems are me stealing money and holders and the host leeches in my home without my permission. Porque los leeches given me from my grandmother. But sex is. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? So, in the meantime, once I'm financially stable, I plan to travel the planet and meet people ideally 20 hours when. What else? What else? What else? I've never had sex with a woman, so I'm excited about that too. What else? What else? What else? What else? Four. I'm sorry, the FBI indisposed NATO and Interpol. The U.S. Department of Homeland Security is a Justice Department. The United States Department of Homeland Security, Emergency. The International Criminal Court. I'm seeking the death penalty for everyone that has caused my anxiety and my depression. My poverty does led to me being bored, isolated, and they didn't get on me. Being separated from me, I'm not a leech. I'm never joining the leeches in talking to them just because I'm poor. That's why they steal from me. Trying to get my attention to try to sexually harass me. Those leeches that I grew up around think that now that I've had babies and the kids are older, that I can just waste my time talking to them all day long until they like sexually harass me with like, Arlene, this is respect. This is respect. Ew, they dream of that thing. Ew. So gross. Anyways, you can take half day behind Arlene Lorenzo's songs that steal from me. Again, the way we receive money is so that I get sexually harassed. They try to facilitate still people raping me. Ew. Wow, qué tipo tan puerco. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? So I'm so bored. In the meantime, you know, the FBI does it and I'll let him get rid of. In this planet for abusing me, Jaden Kimon. So I don't have to kill those people in defense and they for abusing me, Jaden Kimon. I want to shop at Target tomorrow, but tomorrow I need a vehicle. I want good and gather pizza. What else? What else? What else? Possibly a new box of cream. Down to my healthy discharge. What the fuck? Ew. Ew. I heard these words before. It's totally unnecessary. I just need money being gifted to me. I thought like the death penalty for the people that abused me is a short thing. What else? What else? What else? What else? I want pizza, I want some crayons, and down to the healthy discharge. What's next? Again, money knows. For real. For real. What else? What else? What else? What else? What makes people hurt people? I've tried to put myself in that situation and I don't get it. They hate me. I love them and they hate that I don't ever try to have a relationship with them. It's so gross that they mistreat me. Ew. Ew, 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 because I have feelings for them. Ew. Ew, 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 ew. Oh, they have been already conditioned or selected to want to kill me before my birth. Is what I heard. And people say, you're right, staying away from them. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? And I like to end this alone because there's nothing wrong with me saying that I have feelings for them. It doesn't make me lose or anything, honest. And for the police that I'm tagging in this post, it's good report. Like it's not that I'm out there trying to hurt them ever. I'm just seeking the death penalty for them as a natural response for them having abused me. That's it. We find the financial state and we'll start dating on anything. I don't know anything. I'll be okay when I'm financially stable and dating down to my healthy discharge. What else? What else? What else? Oh, there's some about me. They thought that I was gonna post screenshots of one infection my entity. Along with a picture of me. Oh, ew. Social sales. Oh, that tells a lot of people like when I have sex it's about my vagina. Like I'm not thinking about anything else. Like I wasn't having sex with Raviles. I'm thinking about anyone else. It was just what else? What else? I'm so bored. Oh, I'm bored. We're doing way too more positive emotional stuff. What else? If not, Cheesecake Factory. He wants to. He wants to show me everyone they has wants to show me why it is. I've never seen him like being scary towards me other than asking the dreams that did not provide for me decades ago. So that is enough reason to never pursue. He can't go through whatever stuff. Still have sex with me, so gross. Ew. Es como si yo no existiera literalmente. Like, oh, I were at home, we're so dumb. No, honestly, just to think they're good enough for me. They aren't that amusing. I've heard no. They see themselves less than. They go around like all the wrong ways. So never get what it would have been really good sex. Times like 4 or 5. They're very listen to me. They're what else was else? Once everything is stable, if you have to travel the planet and people like to on the planet or something. I'm excited about that. What